and encourage the government to continue. But those are the indications that I think is going to touch on.
All right. I'm sure he's going to make more pronouncements that are going to benefit your constituents.
And give direction as to where we are.
Absolutely. We would like to thank you so much and enjoy the ceremony.
No, thank you very much. We're expecting it.
All right. That's Mr. Harry Cambon Kalomo, Central Member of Parliament, also adding his views regarding the presidential speech that almost everybody is eagerly looking forward to. I'm now joined by Chairman of Member of Parliament, Mr. Yotam Mtayachalo. He's also here.
Growth is going to go down. It has affected mostly, I think, the poor, the average Zambian, who are not able to access other forms of energy like solar, because it remains very, very expensive. So I'm expecting that the president will be able to make major pronouncements how the government is going to tackle the power crisis. I expect that the president will be able to, with short, medium, and long-term measures. It's unfortunate that we are almost 60 years after independence, we have not invested in the energy sector, which is a very, very sad development. And another expectation coming receiving their family inputs. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's Chairman North Member of Parliament, Mr. Yotam Mtayachalo, also, giving his views regarding what the people of Chairman North expect the president to talk about. Right about now, I'm joined by Mr. Mark Simu, who is a UPND consultant. He's actually my former lecturer. Welcome.
Thank you very much.
It's good to see you.
It's good to see you again.
All right. I've been hearing you on, on radio and television,
yes,
talking about this and that,
exactly.
And here we are today, celebrating or commemorating the 4th session of the 13th National Assembly. The president is going to be here. What are you expecting to talk about?
Of course, there's been quite a number of issues in the country that have been taking place, ranging from effects of the drought, which was declared a national disaster by the head of state, and which has culminated into hunger in many parts of the country, and also a sharp increase in the prices of basic foods. And you know that market forces at play every time there is scarcity of food supply. And we know what comes alongside a drought, that when there is a drought, food supply is short. And once that happens, it means the theory of supply and demand takes effect, and then the prices will start going up. This is what is taking the price of commodities up, among other market forces such as the cost of fuel and also the strength of our currency. But most importantly, the expectations will obviously be a recap of what government is doing to ameliorate the situation. And certain short-term and long-term measures that are being undertaken by government. At least some of us are privy to the fact that government in the short term has decided to gauge generators in the short term to put in very strategic institutions such as markets and hospitals, health centers, among others. And as a way of responding to this drought situation, knowing that for a very long time we invested in hydropower station, government has undertaken to put more emphasis in solar energy by relaxing certain policies and laws to allow various players to take part in the generation supply, including sale of electricity. you may wish to know that the deficit which we have is now almost close to 1,000 megawatts. A month ago they announced it was around 800 megawatts. The whole country needs 1,700 megawatts. Now, with that particular margin, the consolation we would have is that we may not have the solution immediately to deal with the entire problem. But what is gratifying, and the only consolation we have, is the landmark MOU signed between ZESCO and the Chinese power utility after the visitation of President HH and after the MOU between President Xi Jinping and President HH in China, which has led to the establishment of a 100 megawatt solar plant at Kariba North, as well as 100 megawatts at Kafue, Lower Kafue Gorge. That will bring the total to 200 megawatts. Those are them, and many more are what we expect from the president to emphasize on, including the idea out of that MOU to invest in the installation of solar panels on rooftops of different households as a way of responding to the effects of climate change, particularly the drought. And most importantly, the cost of living in general. To obviously give confidence to citizens that they have a government that is in control and which is being responsive. And interestingly, the president concedes that load shedding has devastating effects, especially on small and medium enterprises. He concedes the effects are so bad. He concedes it's a crisis that all of us must come together and challenge.
Okay, we're all eagerly looking forward to hear his address.
Exactly. And
all right.
Of course, that is what we expect.
I hope we can talk to you after the address, so we can.
You've not been talking to me. I was just talking to your colleagues. That all my students have just gone and disappeared.
Mr. Simue, thank you so much for making an appearance on the program. All right, that's Mr. Max Simue, UPND consultant, just giving us his views regarding what he expects, the president to talk about. And so just about now, we're taking you back to the studio to my colleagues Pauline and Paulson. Thank you for your time and keep on watching Parliament Television.
Well, thank you so much, Claudette, for that interaction with various stakeholders, and they've shared with us their expectations regarding today's very important event, which is the official opening of the fourth session of the 13th National Assembly. Very, very insightful there, and various stakeholders, Pauline, expressing their expectations and looking at where we're coming from as a country and where they would want to see the country be come 2025. That's the reason why the Republican president is expected to give policy direction where Zambia will be in the next 12 months.
Exactly, President. The president is expected to address the nation through the National Assembly today. And today we have a full parliament, the president, members of parliament. So we have a full parliament today, and the president of the Republic of Zambia is expected to address the House at the fourth session of the 13th National Assembly, and the nation is expectant actually to hear what direction the president and his government is taking Zambia to.
So after the address, members of parliament will be accorded that opportunity to debate the presidential address, and it is a budget meeting, Pauline, and we expect the Minister of Finance, this is Dr. Skumbeko Musokotwane, to present the 2025 national budget. And what the president will talk about today, Alice will give an indication of what is expected in the budget speech that will be presented by the Minister of Finance, and that's Dr. Skumbeko Musokotwane, on the 27th of this month. Remember, some changes in the way budget will be debated and how it will be carried out. We are talking about the sector budget analysis, where the members of parliament in various committees will be accorded an opportunity to scrutinize the budget for them.
Exactly, President. This is the first time Zambia will be doing this sector budget analysis. It will be the first one. So we'll see. We look forward to seeing how it's going to work for Zambia.
Yes, as you can see on your screen at this particular time, what you see is not what is happening outside. Basically, what you're watching on your screens, these are the rehearsals that has culminated to today. So the rehearsals are taken so seriously, whereby all the measures are put in place just like an actual day. It's always be, Pauline. So it was very interesting. Started on a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and this particular day was on a Wednesday. This was a final rehearsal, and people took their position, and as you can see, the seriousness from the men and women in uniform there.
Exactly, Posentan. So this is what is expected to happen today. All the traditional performances, the army, or rather the defense forces, and of course we have that fly past, which is very colorful. It really adds color to the opening of Parliament. So all that is expected to happen today, and later on we will be able to bring to you, our viewers, the exact picture of what is taking place outside here at Parliament buildings.
You're talking about the fly past, Pauline. You and Claudette are always scared of the 21 gun salute. You would want just the ground to swallow you. You and I have attended rehearsals before, but when those 21 gun salute are fired, you really want just the soil or the ground to swallow you. But today at least you're better. You're inside the chamber. I wonder what will happen to my colleague Claudette Jonga outside when the 21 gun salute starts. So there you have it. That's the arrival of it's a rehearsal, we should make mention. So those are some of the arrivals, as you can see. So that's how serious the rehearsals are taken, to make sure that on the actual day there is no stone that is left unchecked.
Exactly, Percent. You know, this activity, you never get used to it. You're talking about the guns, you know, you never get used to that. Okay. No matter how many times you attend the ceremonial opening of Parliament, all the time it's something new.
You've attended more than 7 or 6, I must say.
A lot, actually. But you see, even the animals, actually, they also scamper in all directions. So it's not only the people, even the animals around that we have here, the zebras, the impalas, they all scamper in all directions, including the horses that the policemen come with. They also don't get used to that.
Yes. So at least we thought of sharing with you snippets of what goes on during the intensive 3-day intensive rehearsal that we conduct as the National Assembly of Zambia. Very shortly we'll be going live on our Facebook page, and we'd like you to just let us know where you're watching us from, and let us know your expectation as well, wherever you are across the country in all the 156 constituents. So let us know what your expectations are regarding the presidential address that we're yet to witness. And the president is expected to arrive at 10 hours. There you have it. That's the MMD president there. That's Dr. Neves member. Also, the former vice president, Kavinde, they are just chatting and sharing their notes with a colleague there.
And it's also good, Percent, to mention that this event is a national event. Members of the public from all are invited, or rather, I should. It's society, different political parties, different sectors of business, different members of the public, just different.
Yes, indeed, Pauline. There you have it. And people may think that the president has arrived, but we're still talking to what really goes on during the rehearsal. And that's the arrival of the president during the rehearsal. So those the motorcade as well, the horses that you talked about, that do scamper when it comes to the 21 gun salute. So those horses that you see, they'll be very colorful during the actual time when the president arrives. And earlier on, my director did show us the #1 civil servant who happens to be the secretary to the cabinet, and that's Mr. Kangwa there just chatting as well. So he's with us here in the chamber, in the speaker's gallery, just chatting, and I wonder what they are discussing, because he is the number one civil servant, and when you look of nurses, look of doctors, all the civil servants, they look up to him, and is the one that is in charge of the civil service in our country.
And President, we also have the ECZ chairperson in the public, in the speaker's gallery, the Mwangala Zalome, is also just interacting with other invited guests, and you can see in the galleries there are the members of the public who are also interacting. It's also a time to catch up with people they have not met in a long time.
Yes, Pauline, we did talk about this very important event. You know, it's a unifying kind of event, and it brings all the three arms of government together. You talk of the legislature, talk of the judiciary and the executive. So that's how important this day is to us at National Assembly and the national at large, Pauline, because all the three arms of government do converge at Parliament buildings on this very important day, and looking forward to hear what the President will talk about and what policy direction is he going to give to the nation. And we keep talking about what the country is grappling with in terms of energy. We know that a lot of people and the various stakeholders that we interacted with, more especially the people on the street, they talked about issues to do with energy. And for now, let's head back to our people out there and just find out what the expectations are. Take a look at this.
Okay, so the only thing that I expect Mr. President to talk about is the issue of water. Okay, with power we understand it's because of climate change, but water, what's the way forward? Like, where are we going? Okay, like let me say a year from now, because water, like especially where I stay, Chazanga, literally, like when there's no power, you don't have water. So like that's the main thing that I would expect him to talk about. Like, what's the way forward? Where are we going?
Ise kuno kweso esi tidandaulako manzi tivutika manzi na malaiti at least watipasako lo 2 hours so that bantu wapompako manzi matanki, and then bantu wapayiwa chifukwa cha malaiti. Please tapapata government tirangane nkoni.
My expectations for the president, you know, this power situation, like a business here where we are at. You see that we have restaurants, we have businesses that are depending on power. We need solutions. We are expecting the president to give us solutions. What is the government doing? How long? The time frame? And just hope. You know, we need hope from the government.
As the president will be addressing the nation, I feel like we expect him to talk about the load shedding issue, because this is the first time in the history of Zambia when we see this issue of load shedding like this, because it has affected our businesses. Because since morning, like us here at the mall, we've been seated just like that. Up to this time, we haven't sold anything like the way we used to sell things. So we are expecting him to talk about that and the solution to the load shedding issue.
Boma tipempa mutitandizireko malaiti yachitapa yaenda apa ya bwera business ya bwerera kumbuyo bantu sibaenda kusogolo mulandu wa malaiti na economy bwerereko unga wachiramo kudula
tipempako mtibwezereko unga tisunga vana vamasiye kumanyumba so tipempa mtitandizireko mtiyanganirepo tapapata please
ife chame tidandaula 1 vintu vadula so tikepo na malaiti kuyenda na ma TV tinaleka notamba tinaleka nosonkera in fact cause of power so tipempa chabe boma kuti pali vintu please vayanganeko na ukawalala makomboni uwapaka too much majunk sungaende by starting from 19 hours up to whatever time it is. We are being robbed every now and then because timagona the whole night there is no power. So munga expect chani pali wakawalala ngati the whole night there is no power. Sometimes 2-3 days there is no power. How can you survive? Yanganeko
chativutako maningi nikani ya maraiti eve wa presidenti kweve kutenzo pempa ako kuti kapena mungatitanzireko panjira yenango yakuti olo matretirako olo masora yakuti yaliko mulowo mtengo noti ayamene ali kudura sizamba kukwanisa life yakosa.
Thank you so much for joining us right here on Parliament Television, the station that brings Parliament closer to you. It is indeed a very big day. Today, 13th of September 2024, as we are aware that His Excellency the President of Zambia, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, is expected to officially open the 4th session of the 13th National Assembly. So we've been speaking to various stakeholders, and I'm joined by the Zambia National Women's Lobby Group Board Chairperson, Mrs. Decentralization Ngambi. Madam, welcome to this short interview.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for having me.
How is the Zambia Women's Lobby Group? And we expect a lot of expectations from various stakeholders. Processes at all levels.
First of all, in the address, we expect that you give us hope, and you give to show that the nation to bravely physical and you energy crisis.
Earlier you mentioned about women's participation in governance system. So in his address last year when he officially opened the third session of the 13th National Assembly, the President did highlight some of the issues and measures that have been put in place to ensure that women are empowered. And he also pointed out the appointments of different women in various decision-making positions. What do you make of that?
There's been a very big improvement, especially in the public sector. I'm not too sure about the private sector because I'm not familiar with that side. But in the public sector, I've seen that in all the appointments by the public service, for example, they ensure that there's at least 30 to 60% or even 50-50 in the appointments for women in decision making. We still are struggling to ensure that the same rule will be applied when it comes to women in the political participation and in parliament, for example.
So as a Zambia Women's Lobby Group, what are some of the challenges that you think hinder women's participation in governance issues?
For us, that's education. And over the last 2 years or 3, there's been an increase in free education and women going back to school. So the issue that has been affecting women regarding grade 12 certificate, by the time we come to 2026 elections, we hope it will be addressed through those measures that have been taken. Apart from that, it's the poverty. And really for now, because of the energy crisis, poverty, because a lot of things are affected by lack of electricity, for example. But we hope that through his address, he'll be able to give us hope that something is being done to improve the situation of is interested in losing their seat.
We also want to find out from
we also have leadership training for the women out there. Several programs all over the country because, as you know, the women's lobby is spread out throughout in each district in Zambia. So we do try to spread out so that we train and teach women on how to become better leaders. So we hope the government can complement these efforts by giving us some funds so that we carry out that activity properly. And especially now that the actual roadmap has been made, we would need also to do some training on what is expected of the women and the citizenry on the election day and the election date.
Madam Nkata, we are also going into the budget session and that to hinder on as the country expects the announcement of the 2025 national budget.
Be operationalized, and the Gender Commission that there will be pronouncements that have been increased, and they've been increased especially to favor the women, young people, and persons with disability.
Finally, what are some of the issues that you feel the President is supposed to tackle as he comes to officially open the 4th session of the 13th National Assembly?
We hope you will share on what measures have been put in place to ease the suffering of most of the people, especially the women, the young people, and persons with disabilities. As you know, the El Nino effect, ZESCO, and so on, it is really a reality. It is affecting most of us. And so we are anxiously waiting to see what measures have been put in place. It's not easy, we understand, but we want to hear what is in store for us.
Thank you so much. Wow, that was Miss Dace Nkatangambi, who happens to be the board chairperson for the Zambia Women's Lobby Group. And I've been your presenter, Joa Katama. Enjoy watching Parliament TV as we continue to bring Parliament closer to you.
Hello and welcome to this special interview. I am your presenter, Taza Piri. Now, President Hakainde Hichilema will officially open the 4th session of the 13th National Assembly today, Friday, 13th September 2024. This is a very important event on the National Assembly calendar. To shed more light about the ceremonial opening of Parliament, I am joined by Mr. Charles Hambote, the Director, Rules and Procedural Matters at the National Assembly of Zambia. Welcome to the program, sir, and how are you?
Thank you, Taza. I'm fine, and how are you, viewers?
To get started, kindly explain to us what ceremonial opening of Parliament means.
Ceremonial opening of Parliament literally means that this is a celebration that we are getting into a new year of Parliament, and we are celebrating the start of a new year, the start of a new session. So a session in Parliament, we are talking about a new year starting, and today we are celebrating that this Parliament is starting a new year, and to celebrate it we have invited His Excellency to come and officially open it, and the officially opening of this Parliament goes with this celebration, and that's why we are calling it ceremonial opening.
I know you've mentioned that the President comes to open officially. What makes this event significant from the other events on the National Assembly calendar?
Well, this one is different from the other times that the President comes. You remember, if you look at our Constitution, the President is supposed to come at least twice to come and address the House. This address, the President is coming to give a State of the Nation address. In his State of Address, he will focus on several issues ranging from the economy to politics to governance issues and so on and so forth. And so this one is wide in terms of the coverage. And the significance is that he is not just coming to give an address, but he is coming to officially commence the 4th year of Parliament. You recall that the mandate of each parliament lasts for a period of 5 years. And so we have done the first 3 years, with the third one having ended in July, and now we are going into the 4th year. In parliamentary circles, each year is what is called a session. So he is coming to officially open this new year, for lack of a better term, or a new session. So it is significant to the extent that the president, as he is coming, to see
this during this event.
What happen on this, that first of all, as the president is arriving, he will be escorted by so many of these officers, horse riding and whatnot. There is a 21-gun salute that will be blasted, and then you have all these dancers. There is a march past, a fly past. There are numerous drummers around. All these word ceremony.
We are interested to know what happens after the president delivers his address. What happens in the House?
Well, for today, the president will deliver his speech. After he's delivered his speech, the House will adjourn. Obviously, after a motion is moved for adjournment of the House will adjourn, and they will come back on Tuesday. When they come back on Tuesday, they will now start debating what is technically called the motion of thanks. This motion is meant to give members an opportunity to go into, to delve deeply into the issues that the president would have brought out in his speech. So this debate will run until the time that the budget is being presented.
Thank you for that answer. And as we come to the end of the program, share your concluding remarks regarding this day.
For the viewers out there, I hope that you stay glued to Parliament television so that you witness what is going on, the significance of this event, and also you take note of the various activities that are happening on the Parliament grounds today. It's a significant event. It is a very important day on the parliamentary calendar, and we hope that all the viewers will be able to follow the pronouncements, the various pronouncements that will be made by the president, because it is these pronouncements that are made that will trickle down into the budget. So I hope that all the viewers will stay glued to listen to what the president has to say.
Okay, Mr. Hambote, thank you for sharing this important information about the ceremonial opening of Parliament. From me, Taza Piri, it's goodbye. Keep watching Parliament Television.
You're in the middle of an important task and boom, power cut. Frustrating. Whenever you need it. Homes, schools, businesses, Livoltech powers them all. Our commitment to quality is unmatched, backed by a 10-year warranty. Picture this: happy families, productive businesses, and uninterrupted power supply. That's the Livoltech promise. So, why worry about power cuts? Choose Livoltech and embrace a future of energy independence. Contact us today to learn more. Livoltech, your trusted solar experts.
Well, there you have it. That's announcement, the arrival of the Judiciary. This comprises the Registrar of the Judiciary, the Acting Chief Justice and the President of the Constitutional Court, the Deputy President of the Constitutional Court, the Judge President of the Court of Appeal, the Judge in Charge Commercial Division, and the Judge in Charge Family and Children's Court Division, and the Judge in Charge of the Industrial and Labor Division, the Judge in Charge of the General Division, and we also have the Judge in Charge of the Economic and Financial Crimes Division. And lastly there is the judges of the High Court. We had the mayors and town clerk arrival at 09:30, and they are already with us in the chamber as we speak at this particular time. Still to come is the Republican Vice President, Her Honor, the Vice President Mrs. W.K. Mutale Nalumango, MP, and she will be received by the First Deputy Speaker, Madam Malungo H. Sangano, MP, and the Guard of Honor will come to attention. So those are some of the arrivals this far, and earlier on we did talk about some of the guests that are already seated with us in the of Zambia. Some traditional chiefs also, they've already taken their seats.
And of course, different members of the public have also been invited to be part of this memorable and very important occasion when the President comes to address the House on this occasion of the 4th session of the 13th National Assembly. And of course, we also have mayors and town clerks from different parts of the country who already arrived and have already taken their seat. And right there in the picture, we are seeing the motorcade for Her Honor, the Vice President, as they arrive at Parliament buildings. And of course, we have the service chiefs who have already taken their positions to welcome Her Honor, the Vice President.
Yes, and earlier on we had Women's Lobby Board Chairperson just highlighting some of the expectations, interacting with Joe Akatama, one of our staff here, and Mr. Charles Hambote, Rules and Procedural Matters, that's Mr. Charles Vice President arriving at Parliament. And
accompanying the President, and will proceed to the saluting dais where he will be accorded a presidential salute. And of course, the President, it's a President's to be accorded that 21-gun salute, which is fired by the salute troop of the Zambia Army Artillery, and at the same time a fly past by the Zambia Air Force is expected to be
yes, indeed, Pauline, so that's what is expected. As you can see on your screens, that's our First Deputy Speaker, and this is Honorable Chisangano MP leading her to the chamber. And business is expected to Madam Speaker. Outside there, and a very, very colorful event, and it's one of the most important days while to set the tone. On, there will be time for her to announce the arrival of the Republican president. So quickly, let's look at business that was considered on the floor of the House before the House adjourned Cindy. That was on Friday, 2nd August 2024. Quite a number of events did take place. There were 3 announcements that Madam Speaker made, Pauline.
Yes, one of the announcements Madam Speaker recognized in the presence of in the gallery of pupils and teachers from Izukanji School in Chilanga.
All right, and just before that announcement, the House did take note at 0903 hours. And quorum have been of Zambia did warmly welcome the visitors to the National Assembly of Zambia. There you have it. Those are some of the arrivals of all the 4, should I say 5, together with the Correctional Service Commander there to be with us in the presence. So we do have the Honorable Justice M.J. Siabapwa. That's I beg your pardon. We're looking at the
present. We have the service chiefs. We have the newly appointed Army Commander. We have Lieutenant General Jeffrey Ziele, who's expected to be, who has already arrived. Actually, as we can see in the picture,
yes.
We also expect to have Lieutenant General Solochi from the Zambia National Service. And we also expect to have Lieutenant General Nyoni from the Zambia Air Force, and we have Inspector General of the Zambia Police, Mr. Musamba, and also from the prisons, or rather, actually it is Zambia Correctional Service, we have the Commissioner General, Mr. Chilukutu. So yes. Those are the 5 that are expected to take their positions just before the arrival of the president. And actually, in picture there, they are actually marching to take their positions where they will be waiting for the presidential motorcade to arrive right here at Parliament buildings as he comes to address the House on this occasion of the 4th session of the 13th National Assembly. So that is the picture there of the service chiefs as they wait for the president's arrival. And earlier on we had Her Honor the Vice President, who has arrived to come and take her position. She's already in the House and just mingling with members of Parliament before the president comes. Of course, I must say that it's a colorful attire that we time that they met on the 2nd August day of the meeting of the House.
Yes, we're talking about some of the announcements that were made by Madam Speaker, and the other announcement, Madam Speaker did remind the House that His Excellency Mr. Evariste Ndayishimiye, the President of the Republic of Burundi, would address the House later in the day, and informed the House that in the addressing the House, His Excellency the President would use the French language. In that regard, Madam Speaker did inform the House that arrangements had been made for simultaneous interpretation to enable the honourable members follow the proceedings in the English language, and that the interpretation gadgets had been placed beside the Bosch multimedia chamber system in front of each honourable member. Madam Speaker encouraged honourable members in need of assistance to indicate to the clerk at the table. And the other announcement, Pauline.
And of course, the Honourable Madam Speaker informed the House that the President of Burundi was accompanied by ministers and senior government officials from the Republic of Burundi, and these included Honourable Albert Shingiro, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Development Cooperation. We also had Honorable Prosper Dondiko, Minister of Environment, Agriculture and Livestock, and also Honorable Njimbere, Minister of Transport, Industry and Tourism. So those were some of the ministers in the presidential entourage.
There you have it. That's the Honorable Madam Speaker. They are led by the Sergeant at Arms making their way to the chamber. That signifies the commencement of today's business. And today's order paper will have the presidential address, the address to the House by the President of the Republic of Zambia, Ms. Hakainde Hichilema, who is expected to arrive at Parliament grounds at 10 hours. And members of Parliament are busy charting, catching up and taking up photos, trying to make memories as well, because this is a very momentous occasion. For now, we cross over to the floor of the House for the commencement of today.
Madam Speaker.
What the judges say. Yours.
Victors in the struggle for our rights, we want freedom's side, oh, and strong and free. Africa is our own right. Let us all happy people join us one, brothers under the sun, oh, one, strong and free. One land and one nation is our sky, like praise be to God, praise. Strong and free.
Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness has appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to consider with your abundant favor us, your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important responsibilities in this land. Assemble that we may, as in your presence, treat and consider operation. In so just your honor and prosperity and welfare of our Amen. Her Honor the Vice President, order. May Her Honor the Vice President the House. Business until the President arrives. Honorable members are requested to remain in their seats.
Well, there you have it. Business has been suspended until the President arrives to address Parliament. But as you can hear in the background, those gun shots, the 21 gun salute, which means that the President already in the precincts of Parliament. As you can see on your screen, that's the Republican President, and the Madam Speaker just left the chamber just to receive the Republican President. So the program outside is on, as the Republican President anytime from now will be inspecting the Guard of Honor, and they'll proceed to the Speaker's Gallery to go and sign in the visitors book. So that's the Republican President, Mr. Hagainde Hichilema, outside just inspecting the Guard of Honor there.
Yes, President, as we can see in the picture there, is the President who has arrived here at Parliament buildings to come and address the House on this occasion of the 4th session of the 13th National Assembly. And in picture there is about to inspect the Guard of Honor, and it is ceremonial actually for him to inspect the Guard of Honor when he comes to open the House, and after that he will walk through the staircase as he is entertained by performances from different parts of the country. And there he is now, a Guard of Honor.
Zambia Army, just to address Parliament and the nation at large, just to give the policy direction.
Yes, President, the President right now inspecting the Guard of Honor. The Defense Forces are in their best attire, I should admit, looking very smart and colorful. Parliament grounds also adding color to the occasion, looking green. I wonder where the animals are. They could have added color also to the occasion. But inspecting the Guard of Honor.
Yeah, so after that we'll have the 21 gun salute, and we'll have the fly past from the Zambia Air Force, and the President will proceed and will be met by the Honorable Madam Speaker at the footstep of Parliament, and they'll proceed to the Speaker's chamber, where he is expected to sign in the visitors book, and later on he will be led back to the chamber to address Parliament and the nation at large. And we'll be able to share with you some of except from the previous address. I know from my own understanding, Pauline, there will be a serious shift looking at what the country is grappling with, and we keep talking about various issues that are affecting the country, and the biggest issue at this particular time is the issue to do with energy, looking at what the country has experienced in terms of the drought that the country has experienced. Human beings are suffering, animals are also suffering, and we've been hearing quite a number of increased cases of animal-human conflict in Livingstone, in Chama. We've seen elephants moving closer to where people are residing in search of water because of issues to do with climate change and drought in particular.
Exactly, President. So those are some of the issues that are expected to be addressed by the President in his speech as he comes to address the House. And of course the nation is very expectant to listen to the policy direction that the President will give concerning the areas that you have just mentioned.
So members of Parliament have been told to remain seated in the chamber to await the arrival of the President to address. So that's the aerial view of what is happening outside Parliament, and those are the service chiefs as the program is going on from outside there, and the brass band doing what is best out there. Let's quickly look at what was talked about in the previous address when the President was officially opening the third session of the 13th National Assembly. And we should also make mention, Pauline, that today, if you just joined us, the Republican President is expected to officially open the fourth session of the 13th National Assembly.
Exactly, President. Last year, the President in his speech to the House did mention that the speech was focused on building on the socio-economic gains for improved livelihoods and a better Zambia, and he called upon every Zambian citizen and the entire nation to unite and build upon our individual and collective achievements, forging a more productive and unified nation that future generations will proudly reflect upon. And on microeconomic developments, the President did mention that the government had managed to reduce the end of the year inflation to a single digit of 9.9% for the year 2022, and in the same vein they were working hard as a government to stabilize the exchange rate of the kwacha against major currencies, and part of the strategy was to fix the economy and also to deal with the huge debt stock, and also that their efforts at the government under the G20 common framework resulted in the debt restructuring agreement with official creditors, and which had accorded the people of Zambia a significant debt relief. And he also added that under this agreement, debt repayments had been rescheduled by more than 12 years, and interest rates reduced to consensual levels for the next 14 years. He also mentioned in last year's speech that the agreement also paves way for the engagement with other private creditors whom were optimistic and will provide the comparative terms to those of the official creditor committee.
Yes, Pauline, and also on issues to do with investment. In last year's address, the President did talk about investments and diversification in exploration, mining and processing of minerals. He did say that his administration has embarked on a national geological mapping exercise of the country, and he did say that this will enable the country to get correct, accurate data on the mineral resources endowment in Zambia. And he did say that government is formalizing artisanal and small-scale mining to increase participation of the citizens in the mining sector, and urge all the citizens involved in small-scale mining with president, and they'll proceed to. The president is expected to sign in the visitors book and just exchange a few notes here and there, because these are rare opportunities where the president arrives to Parliament and just to address the country and Parliament at large, and also just interact a bit before he addresses Parliament and the nation at large.
Yes, today, of course, it's a very, very important day on our parliamentary calendar. One of the few days when we have the president in our midst, when we have a full parliament, the president and all members of parliament.
So Pauline, I think for now, let's just have a feel of what is going on outside, because like during the rehearsals, I did tell you that this is the moment that I appreciate so much, when the men and women in uniform are just saluting to the head of state. So let's take a look at this.
That's beautiful. There you are, the president of the parliament buildings to come and officially open the fourth session of the 13th National Assembly. Is accompanied by service chiefs who include the newly appointed Army Commander, Lieutenant General Geoffrey Ziele. We also have the SAF Air Commander, Lieutenant General Nyoni. We have Zambia National Service Commander, Lieutenant General Solochi. And we also have the Zambia Police Inspector General, Mr. Musamba, Commissioner General Zambia Correctional Service, Mr. Chilukutu. And he has stopped for a short while to enjoy the cultural diversity of our country, Zambia. And we have someone from community development actually announcing the different culture groups that are there for the president to just enjoy the view that is there.
Yes, Pauline, those are the traditional dance troops drumming the drum there and welcoming the Republican president, and those were welcoming remarks, and also explaining, like what my colleague mentioned, to the Republican president, the people that are within the vicinity here at Parliament grounds in terms of the dance troops from various parts of the country are here representing all the corners of this country, and that's his famous wave. The Republican president, look at that, Pauline, just waving at the people, more especially that group that we talked about from Namwala.
From Namwala, yes. Yes, a group from Namwala coming to perform the presidential dance.
Yes. No wonder you were able to see the president do his hands there, just showing them that I'm with you, I'm with you, and I'm here with you today. And,
exactly.
Yeah. So there you have it. That's the Republican president, together with Madam Speaker, the procession heading to the Speaker's chamber, where the president is expected to sign in the visitors' book, and later on he'll be led to the chamber to address Parliament. So those are all weather friends. You can see the OB van outside there from the National Broadcasting Corporation. They're making sure that people are able to be informed of what is happening here, apart from what we are doing as the National Assembly, as Parliament Television and Parliament Radio. And we do have our very own National Assembly choir singing and looking immaculate this particular morning. And it is an initiative of the Right Honourable Madam Speaker just to have a choir which is doing so well at this particular time whenever we have important events, and they sing like professionals.
Exactly. Now they are professional singers actually, and we saw them perform very well at the centenary celebrations in May. And of course, we shouldn't forget that we are in the 100 years of Zambian Parliament existence, and we had a celebration on 23rd May this year, marking 100 years of the Parliament's existence. And we had our own choir actually competing with the Defence Forces choir. They did quite well.
Very well, and it's something that is very close to the Right Honourable Madam Speaker's heart, looking at the way the choir have been performing lately. Now, we've interacted with various stakeholders, Pauline. They've shared with us some of their expectations. No, you as an individual, what are some of the expectations that you have?
As an individual, what I expect the President is actually inform us about what the government is doing to end, or not even ending, because ending will not be soon, but at least the direction that the country should take to minimize the load shedding. And of course, not too long ago he was in China. We saw him signing agreements with the Chinese government concerning energy. So we look forward actually to seeing those arrangements come to fruition as a country, so that we can start running at a normal pace. Because right now things have stalled because of the crisis in the energy sector. We hope that that will be addressed in today's presidential address.
Yes, looking forward to that address, and I know not really like we're trying to preempt what the president will talk about, but we're just speculating. We expect what he went to do in China to be part of the speech, because we've heard in the news where some Chinese giants in the energy sector signing some MOUs, making sure that going forward Zambia will never experience what we're experiencing now in terms of having other alternative energy to avoid depending on hydro, which has really affected the country. And for me, what I'm looking forward is the issue to do with debt restructuring. We know that the Minister of Finance, together with the other ministries, sector ministries, making sure that we restructure the debt, and people are very excited, so they really need to know where we are as a country in terms of debt restructuring, because this will really help channel certain monies to other sectors and see the country develop. Issue to do with education, it did make a directive come November, no child should sit on a desk or on a floor, and urged all council across the country to make sure that desks are procured using CDF. So those are some of the things that we're looking forward. Energy, top of the agenda. Issue to do with education, employment of civil servants. We know that the government has been doing so well in terms of recruiting health workers and teachers.
Exactly, Percent. And talking about CDF, I think we have seen some of the improvements from the tours that we have taken, the improvements that have taken place in various sectors actually, not just in schools, but various sectors in most constituencies. We have seen the markets being built. We have seen some of the feeder roads that have been worked on. We have seen improvements in the schools. As you have said, new classrooms have been built, desks have been procured. I think CDF has also played a role in mitigating some of the deficiencies that the various constituencies have been experiencing.
Not too long ago, I was in Northern Province, Kasama and Lukasha in particular. You talking about CDF, I did interact with the respective members of Parliament, Honorable George Chisanga, and indeed not forgetting Sibongile Mwamba. And we toured some of the projects that are taking shape in these two constituencies, and indeed it's a game changer, and we could see people drawing water from a tap, something that never used to happen years back. Because of CDF, they've put solar pumps, they're constructing VIP toilets, schools are coming up, shelter, health shelter, maternity annex. So it's really something that we're looking forward. And not too long ago, the President, when he was talking about our values and principles in March this year, he did hint that we may see an increase in the allocation of CDF. So I'm sure people are crossing their fingers, waiting to see if really CDF will be increased to a higher amount, and see how development will be spread across all the corners of this country, Polly.
Exactly. So those are some of the expectations. Now those are personal expectations of what we expect from the President as he comes to address the House today. So right now the President is in the Speaker's chambers signing the visitors book. Actually, there we are.
Yeah, just chatting and taking some pictures with the Right Honourable Madam Speaker. So these are rare moments. It only comes twice here at National Assembly, unless there is something that you would like to convey to National Assembly. Then he can come and address Parliament. But when you look at the parliamentary calendar, it's only two occasions during the values and principles, and indeed during the official opening of Parliament. That's him signing in the visitors book, and cameras are doing justice to make sure that they zoom in and see what is going on. So that's what usually happens. It's tradition when you have a high profile visitor within the precincts of National Assembly. They really need to go in the Speaker's gallery and sign in that very important book, Pauline.
Percent that book actually is quite older. We have signatures of all the presidents.
Wow.
Yes, we have President Kaunda's signature there. We have President Chiluba. We have President Manawasa, President Mpia Banda, President Sata, President Lungu, and now President Hakainde. All the signatures are in that book. It hasn't been changed yet.
All right, so it's a very memorable book. And it's also good that the 7th Republican President has put his signature, not the first time, and we expect him also to come next year in March and during the values and principles and put his signature in there. So there you have it. Those are live pictures. Members of Parliament patiently waiting, like we mentioned earlier on, Pauline, that after the presidential address, the members of Parliament will be accorded an opportunity to debate the presidential address, and very interesting. And we hear people from the left, members from the right also debating and analyze what the president has talked about, and also refer to what the president has talked about in the previous addresses.
Exactly. This one, we look forward to the reactions of the members of Parliament. The first 2 weeks as they begin to debate the presidential address. Of course, there will be different reactions to the speech, both left and right, depending on the way I understand
let's
what will be
quickly look
delivered.
at, we did talk about the previous address that the President made during the official opening of the third session of the 13th National Assembly, and we talked about mining, and another critical sector is tourism, Pauline, and this is a sector that, according to the President's address in last year's address, did say that he believes this will increase the number of jobs in the country and enhance the foreign reserves, and he did say that he was happy that the post-COVID-19 era, the sector has continued to register positive growth, and he did say that the country recorded an increase in the number of international tourist arrivals to 605 in the first half of 2023, and compared to 496 in the corresponding period of 2022. So we're looking forward. We know that one of the most attractive place in Zambia is the Victoria Falls, and due to drought, we've seen, I'm sure, according to reports, a reduction in numbers of people visiting the Victoria Falls. So I would like to hear where are we in terms of numbers? Have we done better as compared to last year? And which other areas are tourists visiting in our country? So those are the things that we're looking forward when it comes to the issue to do with tourism, which is a very critical sector when it comes to foreign reserves.
And exactly, and the president actually in last year's speech, he also mentioned this tourism sector that in order to make it more competitive and resilient, the tourism enterprises had abolished also reduced the cost of doing business, and by abolishing retention fees. And we hope that this has worked even in the midst of this drought that has affected a lot of sectors. And talking about that, environmental sustainability, the president did mention that he was calling for investment in the recycling, especially that of plastic, towards environmental sustainability. And local authorities should call on local authorities actually to seize the opportunity to enter into public-private partnership to implement the innovative solutions for managing waste while generating local revenues. And he also called on the councils to actually come up with improved efficiency in environmental management and monitor, and also have developed an online automated information management system called the eZema, which will also improve service delivery in environmental licensing assessments and also complaint and emergency management.
Yes, Pauline, and away from what you've just talked about, the other critical component is the issue to do with infrastructure, very important, more especially when it comes to having a good road network. So in last year's address, the president did talk about the importance of infrastructure. He did say that for our country, for Zambia to develop, government is constructing and rehabilitating public roads and bridges. And he talked about using the public-private partnership financing model away from the national balance sheet and the date. This is going on, and you and I did talk about, not too long ago, you did visit the Copper Belt, and you and I talked about how the Lusaka and Ndola dual carriageway is faring in terms of constructing that particular road, because it's a very critical road. It leads us to Tanzania, and it also leads us to the Democratic Republic of Congo. So it's a very, very critical road, and using the model, the president did talk about constructing the 35-kilometer Chingola-Kasumbalesa road, works on the 325 kilometers. There you have it. So it's done in the Speaker's chamber. It's the period, the moment that we've all been waiting for has finally arrived. The president has done the formalities in the Speaker's chamber, heading now to the chamber.
Yes, that's the presidential entourage, accompanied by Madam Speaker.
That's the town over there announcing the arrival of the president. Yes, Ngoma ya Bukari.
Pampando.
Order. Gazette Notice number 837 of 2024. The National Assembly of Zambia Standing Orders 2024. Standing Orders 16.3. Notice of the fourth session of the 13th National Assembly. Notice is hereby given to all members of Parliament and the general public that in exercise of the power conferred upon the Speaker of the National Assembly by Standing Order 16.3 of the National Assembly of Zambia Standing Orders 2024, the Speaker appoints Friday 13th September 2024 as the date for the first sitting of the fourth session of the 13th National Assembly, dated the 14th day of August 2024, signed NBK Muti, State Council, MP, Member of FAPRA, Speaker of the National Assembly of Zambia.
Honorable members, the House would like to welcome to the Assembly the President of the Republic of Zambia, His Excellency Dr. Hakainde Hichilema. We are honored, Your Excellency, to have you in our midst. May I now invite you, Mr. President, to deliver your address.
Madam Speaker, we are pleased, very pleased to join you today on this important occasion, marking the commencement of the fourth session of the 13th National Assembly. Madam Speaker, this year marks the centenary anniversary of the Legislative Assembly in our country. We congratulate the House on this significant milestone and acknowledge the contributions made by the National Assembly in advancing democracy and development in our beloved country, Zambia. Madam Speaker, we commend you and the two deputy speakers for your leadership in guiding the proceedings of the House. We also commend the leader of government business, Her Honor the Vice President of the Republic of Zambia, for aptly representing government in this august House. Thank you, Madam Vice President. Further, our gratitude goes to you, honorable members of Parliament, all of you, the members of Parliament, for effectively representing your constituencies across the country. We appreciate that. Equally, we recognize the clerk and his team for ensuring effective and efficient operations of the House during the last session. Madam Speaker, during the last session, the House considered 400 questions, 62 committee reports, 32 bills, and 62 ministerial statements. The House also adopted 6 reports on the ratification of international treaties. Madam Speaker, the House was also privileged to host 2 heads of state who delivered special messages, addresses to this House. Grateful for that. His Excellency, Mr. Felipe Jacinto Nyusi, President of the Republic of Mozambique, addressed the House on 28th June 2024 while His Excellency Mr. Evariste Ndayishimiye, President of the Republic of Burundi, delivered his address on the 2nd of August 2024 in this House. Theme of address. Madam Speaker, this address is being delivered at a time when our country is going through a very, very challenging period. This is in view of the severe drought that we have experienced caused by the El Nino weather conditions. The drought has had a negative impact on most sectors of our economy, especially the agricultural sector, water, and indeed the energy sectors, dramatically affected negatively. Inevitably, this has affected the livelihoods of our people. Our food security has been threatened. Our water levels are indeed at a record low in living memory. Our electricity generation is at its lowest, resulting in long hours of load shedding. Long hours of load shedding. In some cases, no power for periods longer than hours. This is regrettable. Madam Speaker, this is regrettable. And we sympathize with our fellow citizens across the 10 provinces of our country for the difficulties that they're enduring during this difficult time. Our hearts are with them. Our hearts are with you, fellow citizens. Following our declaration of the drought as a national disaster and emergency, government has put in place a drought response plan. We are providing humanitarian assistance to our people, Madam Speaker. We are enhancing coping capacities for our communities. We are implementing recovery and resilience interventions to mitigate the impact of climate change. In light of these interventions, we commend our citizens for their resilience, for their patience, and the civil society, the church, and indeed the international community for their support in many ways. Madam Speaker, it is against this background that the theme for this year's address is enhancing national resilience, sustaining socio-economic gains in the face of adverse effects of climate change. I shall repeat. The theme of our message this year, delivery this year, is enhancing national resilience, sustaining socio-economic gains in the face of adverse effects of climate change. Macroeconomic developments. Madam Speaker, notwithstanding the effects of the devastating drought, we have recorded a number of successes in unlocking the growth potential of our economy. Evidently so. In the last 3 years, our government has placed the economy on a positive growth trajectory. Gross domestic product GDP has posted positive growth, averaging 5.3% in the last 3 years, despite the challenging environments. Madam Speaker, due to the debilitating effects of the drought, the economic growth forecast for 2024, this year, had to be revised downwards from 4.7% growth in GDP to 2.3%. Further, we had to realign the 2024 national budget to accommodate the necessary expenditure of somewhere in the region of 41.9 billion kwacha. This was to finance drought response interventions, resume servicing of the restructured external debt. Madam Speaker, I shall repeat this. This was to finance drought response interventions, to resume servicing of the restructured external debt, and dismantling of the costly fuel arrears. It should be noted that even after restructuring, Madam Speaker, very important, our country is still carrying a heavy debt burden from the past years of extravagance. We appreciate the House for passing the supplementary budget to make this possible. Thank you to the members of Parliament in this House. Madam Speaker, the global economy in which Zambia is firmly intertwined is experiencing difficulties that include rising inflation and high interest rates across the globe, leading to shortage of capital as well as the depreciation of currencies. This, together with domestic challenges, is negatively affecting the cost of living of our people. Our government will continue to work diligently to address the issue of the cost of living, to alleviate the challenges, the difficulties that our people are facing as a consequence of these parameters outlined above. Again, our hearts are with our people, the people of Zambia. Madam Speaker, we are putting in place multiple measures to address these issues. Madam Speaker, we will now proceed to highlight the achievements we have made under the policy measures that we will pursue or we continue to pursue, in line with our National Development Agenda, as espoused in the 8th National Development Plan. Our administration continues to implement key macroeconomic reforms, necessary reforms, difficult, painful, but necessary for us to heal, for us to turn the corner. These macro restructuring measures and others are essential, Madam Speaker. I make this point emphatically because there is no way out other than through these measures that were put in place if we want longevity in success in our country. Madam Speaker, our administration is working and working hard. Following the reaching of agreements with the Official Creditors Committee. Official Creditors Committee, Madam Speaker, the House, the country needs to be aware that the debt was in 4 components. 1, official creditors, if you want to call it bilateral creditors. 2, Eurobonds. 3, commercial creditors. 4, domestic arrears. These are the 4 categories that we've been dealing with, just for ease of reference, so that as we go through our presentation, we can put context to what we're saying. So therefore, following the reaching of agreements with the Official Creditors Committee and the Eurobond holders, we are glad to inform this August House that our government has since resumed servicing of the external debt since defaulting in 2022. We are now back on track. We have restored our country's credibility in the international financial system, no doubt about it. Madam Speaker, the Honorable Minister of Finance and National Planning will soon present the 2025 national budget to this August House. The budget will outline specific policy measures to safeguard macroeconomic stability, restore and maintain debt sustainability. Remember, climate change has brought factors that were not incorporated in our calculation of debt sustainability. So we are working hard to take this into account. Very important, Madam Speaker, that we remain on top of the gains that we've made. So as we address our social economic challenges, we take account of all of these variables so that we do a smart professional job, difficult as it may be. We request this August House to support the budget once it's tabled in this House. Madam Speaker, economic transformation and job creation. Madam Speaker, in our last address, we announced measures to stimulate maize production. These included the increase in the maize purchasing price, in the floor price, to make farmers viable at the farm gate. Otherwise, you won't have maize. There will be no maize if you didn't address those issues. So we had to address that issue to ensure that the maize floor prices are attractive to producers. Establishment of an agricultural credit window and guaranteeing a ready market for early maize production. Our people responded, Madam Speaker, favorably by planting a record 2.2 million hectares of land under maize cultivation compared to 1.8 million hectares in the previous season. As a consequence of the severe drought we experienced in the 2023-2024 agricultural season, only 684,000 hectares out of the 2.2 million hectares, which is only 31% of the area planted, was harvested. Disaster indeed. Disaster indeed. This significantly reduced the maize production to 1.5 million tons from an expected harvest of 4.4 million tons. This largely, Madam Speaker, is the cause of the current challenges in food security. The nation needs to be aware of that. We commend our citizens, Madam Speaker, for their remarkable response to the call to grow more maize and food in general. Thank you to the citizens who responded positively. They must remain positive, however. Madam Speaker, to cover the maize deficit, we're importing maize from some neighboring countries. And that's normal. That's normal. We want to reassure our people that no one will go hungry in our country, our citizens, wherever they are, across the 10 provinces, 116 districts, 156 constituencies. We are your keepers. We are interested in your welfare. That's why you elected us into office. So this is our assurance, Madam Speaker. No one will go hungry in our country during this challenging period. At least some food will be available. To further mitigate the effects of the drought, we are encouraging the cultivation of winter and early maize by all our farmers, including those who have never produced any food in their life. This is the time to give it a try, because the country needs food. Government will soon contract farmers to supply early maize to be delivered by April 2025, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, to promote resilience among smallholder farmers amid climate change, government is providing affordable financing for the mechanization and the necessary irrigation, precision irrigation, more importantly. We as a government are conscious that mechanization, irrigation will help us to increase the quantum of production, and more importantly, to improve productivity. The two are different, but we're interested in both as a government. Madam Speaker, the Sustainable Agricultural Financing Facility with irrigation will enable our farmers to grow crops all year round. There will be nothing called a planting season. Every month is a planting season. Every month is a harvest month. That is where we should be going. In the 2024-2025 agriculture season, the financing facility will be enhanced to the tune of 1.2 billion kwacha from 400 million kwacha in the 2023-2024 agriculture season. This is in order to include additional crops, livestock, and aquaculture. It is gratifying to note that the number of participating banks in this facility, Madam Speaker, has increased from 5 last year to 9 now, and more are expected to come on board. To improve productivity among our farmers, we have continued to expand coverage of extension services countrywide. Madam Speaker, for the forthcoming season, the distribution of inputs under the Farmer Input Support Program, FISP, will be carried out using the e-voucher system in 74 districts. 74 districts. And the direct input support or supply system in 42 districts, benefiting over 1 million farmers across the country. The benefits of the e-voucher model are that it empowers farmers to choose inputs best suited to their specific needs and supports job creation in our rural areas by increasing market participation of the suppliers and credible agro-dealers. Madam Speaker, the growth of the livestock subsector has long been constrained by the disease outbreaks. Government has therefore intensified efforts in fighting livestock diseases. We managed to control the outbreak of anthrax in Eastern Province, Southern Province, and Western Provinces towards the end of 2023. We have also heightened, if you like, our vaccination campaign against the contagious bovine pleural pneumonia, African swine fever, anthrax, as well as foot and mouth diseases across the country. We are proud that, as a country, we are making progress in producing animal vaccines. For instance, by mid-August this year, 880,400 doses of anthrax vaccine had been produced locally within our country. We are determined to be self-sufficient in the production of vaccines, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the mining sector remains key in driving our economic growth, providing employment opportunities and revenue generation. Our administration is therefore resolved to bring all our mining assets to full production in our quest to attain our target of 3 million tons of copper by 2031. We are pleased to report that most outstanding issues, Madam Speaker, as I sit here, from the last time I sat in this chair, we made commitments. And I'm pleased to report to you, the Speaker and the House, that most outstanding issues at Mopani Mine, at Konkola Copper Mines, have since been successfully resolved. The companies, Madam Speaker, the companies are now back in business. After many years of dormancy, these companies are now back in business. We must celebrate as a nation this achievement. It's for the country. It's not for one individual or cabinet or UPND government. It's for the 20 million Zambians. It's for the 20 million Zambians. Madam Speaker, at Mopani Copper Mines, for instance, International Resources Holdings is investing a total of $1.1 billion, which is well on course. In fact, production has already started going up within the shortest possible time. With respect to Konkola Copper Mines, Vedanta Resources is expected to invest another US $1.2 billion. Out of this amount, $250 million has already been paid to dismantle arrears or to contractors, suppliers, and services, including the local authorities, who have now been able to pay their retirees and are moving towards providing services to residents of the cities. Wonderful indeed. Further, China Non-Ferrous Metal Mining Corporation, CNMC, has begun investing US $500 million in reviving production at 28 Shaft. In Luansha, Avena Ron. The dewatering of the mine, which is expected to take up to 21 months, has since commenced. This will see 28 Shaft and the Luansha community spring back to life after more than 20 years of dormancy. Madam Speaker, we need to acknowledge these developments so we can inject a positive spirit in our bodies and work even harder. In Chirilabombwe, Luvambe is also on course to revive an investment from JCHX of $300 million. With the revival of these mining assets, Madam Speaker, the local economy on the Copper Belt is surely rebounding. We are glad that Zambians continue to own a stake in all these assets through ZCCM IH. Madam Speaker, other investments are being made in greenfield mines, distinguished from the brownfields. Existing mines, brownfields. New mines, greenfields. So other investments are being made in greenfield mines. These include the US $600 million Kitumba mine project by Sino Mine in Mumbwa district, which we opened. New mine, Madam Speaker. Just to inform the House that in Mumbwa district alone, in the last 3 years, this government has mobilized well over $800 million in Mumbwa district alone, and is beginning to work. And 2,500 jobs are online. Sure. Cobalt, Madam Speaker, Cobalt Metals and our own company, ZCCM Investment Holdings, are developing a $2 billion mine in Mingomba, in Chililabombwe. Barrick Lumana, since we took office, Madam Speaker, Barrick was on their way out. They are now staying and they are developing a super pit worth $2 billion. This super pit, Madam Speaker, in northwestern Lumana is a game changer. It will mean a lot to our people there and our economy. Other ongoing projects include Kasenseli Gold and Kalengwa Mine. Also in the northwestern province, the new Copper Belt. In fact, it's not a new Copper Belt because the Copper Belt province is rebounding. So we have now 2 Copper Belt provinces. One traditional Copper Belt, another northwestern. Equally important. So we, as well as the Mimbula minerals in Chingola, we are on the upswing, Madam Speaker. 3 million tons of copper is in sight. No question about it. Madam Speaker, in our last address, we announced that government would embark on a national geological mapping. We announced in the last speech that your government would embark on a national geological mapping exercise to unlock the untapped potential of our minerals, so that we don't rely on our farmers to discover minerals for us. We need to know what lies underground in an organized way. We are pleased, Madam Speaker, sitting here, very pleased to announce to you, to this House and the nation, that the commencement of the high-resolution aerial geophysical survey to explore minerals and groundwater deposits across the whole country has commenced. The mapping exercise will enhance our ability, Madam Speaker, to realize the true market value of our minerals and our natural resources. This is further expected to reduce exploration costs, because now we will have the backbone data for any detailed exploration to take place, and promote investment in the mining sector going forward. We call upon our citizens to support and cooperate with this exercise. As the planes, low-flying planes, 50 meters above the surface, go around, they are not enemy planes, they are your planes, fellow citizens, to discover value for yourselves. Madam Speaker, the activities of illegal mining are a big challenge that our government is fully committed to addressing. This courage has resulted in needless loss of life, which we regret, Madam Speaker, and pose a significant threat to national security of our country. To combat this, our government is ready and willing to issue mining licenses to Zambians and others, and facilitate access to credit, further enabling them miners to meet necessary safety standards. So, Madam Speaker, legal mining is what we support. Safe mining is what we support. And also capital plus access to market. We said so many years back, we are doing it now. And we need the cooperation of everybody so that we do a good job, a fair job. Madam Speaker, we will continue to apply the law and maintain order to eradicate illegal mining activities going forward. And the marching orders have been given already to all agencies that should ensure safety security of our areas, including unwanted individuals operating in those areas. So please, members of parliament, support that effort because it's happening in your constituencies. That's where the mines are. We therefore call upon all our traditional leaders, in addition to the members of parliament, in addition to the mayors, council chairpersons, in addition to councillors, elected officials, all of us, we are also calling upon our traditional leaders, our civil society, our church, to join forces with the government to stop illegal mining. Very important. Madam Speaker, to support expansion in the agricultural production and other economic activities, government will continue to make land available to our people legally. Again, rule of law, legally. To land to our people legally and protect their rights to own land. We will work with our traditional leaders to ensure that all land, whether state or traditional, customary, as the law may be defining it, is protected from encroachment and other vices. No thuggery, no grabbing land illegally. This will not be tolerated going forward. Going forward, there is need to address land disputes. We will address land disputes so that land can be put to economic use, lifeline use for our communities, for the development of our country. Madam Speaker, tourism remains an important economic sector, creating jobs for our people, as well as foreign exchange and revenue for the country. In the first half of this year, international tourist arrivals tremendously increased as compared to the same period in 2023. Progress, it's how you measure it. To encourage local tourism, government is actively engaging tourism establishments, tour operators, and other players in the sector to design attractive packages for our people to promote domestic tourism, as well as international tourism. Madam Speaker, to promote the tourism sector and enhance its contribution to wealth and job creation, tourism promotion activities are being scaled up. In this regard, a number of traditional ceremonies were actively marketed and supported this past period. Government has continued to market and promote Zambia as a tourist destination of choice in key tourism source markets. We will also continue to promote tourism product development in partnership with the private sector, regional partners, global partners, is also a matter that we would encourage. Madam Speaker, the energy sector, which is an enabler of economic growth, has been severely, as indicated already, affected by the drought. The electricity subsector, which is predominantly hydroelectric power, has experienced a significant decline in electricity generation due to low water levels. To mitigate these effects, the effects of the drought on electricity generation, Madam Speaker, and the growing electricity deficit, yet demand is going up, government is implementing a number of interventions, a myriad of interventions. In a bid to enhance resilience and reduce our dependence on hydroelectric power, we are promoting alternative energy sources of electricity generation. To this end, we commissioned the construction table, but we finally commissioned power Speaker, the country's current power deficit and to address the country's current power deficit, ZESCO Limited, with various partners, including those from China, and from different parts of the world, ZESCO is spearheading the development of several solar electricity projects. This is in addition to a number of private sector initiatives which this government is encouraging seriously. Any citizen, Madam Speaker, is invited to invest in the energy sector. We have reduced the regulatory burden, the time lost, so please come forward and for once run genuine businesses, and you will be supported by your government. Madam Speaker, to boost an alternative energy sources further, government has issued the electricity net metering. I'm talking about, Madam Speaker, the operating environment to attract more investors in the sector. Your government has issued what we are calling net metering. Regulations of 2024 is now in place. The net metering system will allow customers who produce their own electricity to feed the excess into the electricity grid. Very important. We encourage citizens, Madam Speaker, all citizens without discrimination. We encourage citizens to explore and invest in these alternatives, to adopt, to look at sustainable energy sources, to reduce our reliance on traditional source hydro. Madam Speaker, over the past decades, we must all agree that we abdicated our responsibility to invest in this important energy sector over the decades. Now we must work together to remedy, to ameliorate this situation. Hence, our government is working round the clock to find lasting solutions to this historical challenge. We share the pain once more our citizens are going through. But our resolve is to turn these challenges, Madam Speaker, into opportunities to make Zambia an energy surplus country. And it will happen. And it will happen. Much quicker than some think. It will happen. We're working very hard. Madam Speaker, in the petroleum subsector, we have continued to ensure security of supply of petroleum products. We remain committed to ensuring that efficient supply and stable pricing of petroleum products is in place. Madam Speaker, your government will continue to promote investments and growth of the manufacturing sector. Value addition is very important. We have put in place a legal framework that has provided incentives for the expansion of the existing projects across the country. We are also keen, Madam Speaker, to make sure that all provinces begin to process something, all provinces, so that we can distribute development across our country. Madam Speaker, your government will continue to promote investments and growth of the manufacturing sector, as I have said. But diversity is also a matter of importance to us. Madam Speaker, government has continued to use special economic zones as a model for industrialization and job creation. For instance, the Lusaka South Multi-Facility Economic Zone and the Jiangxi Multi-Facility Economic Zone in Chibombo have continued to attract a number of investments aimed at value addition. We continue deliberately attracting investors in these sectors, and once more in these zones, we invite citizens of Zambia to invest in these zones. Please look at the incentives that are in these zones. A lot of incentives are there. Pay attention, if not for yourself, legal but for your voters, for your members, for those that are willing to invest. Your government wants Zambian citizens and companies to locate also in these economic zones so that you can be part of the development process. Madam Speaker, to further expand the local manufacturing base, government is promoting the production and consumption of local products. To achieve this, we are developing legislation to support local manufacturers by encouraging public institutions to procure locally produced goods. Public institutions includes Parliament. Madam Speaker, public institutions include Parliament. Procure from local suppliers. It starts with each one of us. It starts with each one of us. So, we therefore we will continue to promote the proudly Zambian campaign machinery. Madam Speaker, government has intensified efforts in economic diplomacy, so as to increase exports of Zambian products into regional and international markets. This has been achieved through engaging strategic trading partners in order to remove trade barriers affecting Zambian exports. Soon, we will address the nation to be more specific on this area. The country will be very pleased with the open market access we have achieved in huge markets, which we can't even satisfy. Now we must produce. All of us must produce. Madam Speaker, micro, small, medium enterprises, MSMEs, play an important role in fostering, yes, I repeat, micro, small, and medium enterprises, MSMEs, play an important role in fostering innovation as well as creating employment and wealth. It is for this reason that your government revised the micro, small, and medium enterprise development policy. Recently, we promoted preferential procurement regulations aimed at substantially increasing the participation of MSMEs in public procurement. Very important opportunity. Madam Speaker, to support MSMEs, the Citizens Economic Empowerment Commission dispersed 670 loans this year alone. 670 loans this year alone, accounting to a figure of 189.2 million kwacha for small businesses. It's a lot of money. In addition, government has continued to provide financing under the Zambia Credit Guarantee Scheme. The number of small and medium enterprises accessing financing under guarantees from the commercial banks has increased tremendously. The number of banks through which the scheme provides guarantees has also risen for ease access, with expanded outreach into the rural areas. So, honorable MPs who occupy rural constituencies, you are not forgotten. Please encourage your voters to access these facilities instead of queuing or for tantamount. Further, we are providing empowerment funds in form of grants and loans under the Constituent Development Fund. This year, so far, more than 485 million kwacha has been dispersed countrywide to benefit the youth, women, community groups, and other businesses. Directly in the constituents, never done before. We are walking the talk in ensuring that our citizens, especially the most vulnerable, including the youth, women, persons living with disabilities, are empowered to effectively participate in the economic development of their country, our country. In light of the above, we call upon the beneficiaries, please pay back the loans, because the interests are very low. In some cases, 5%. Please pay back in order for more Zambians to benefit from these initiatives. Madam Speaker, the development of transport infrastructure remains a priority for our administration. This will enhance connectivity and accessibility to all parts of our country, both rural and urban, and into the region. Very important. In this view, in this vein, government has continued with the development of road infrastructure, particularly through the public-private partnership. A model many thought would not work is working now, and working very well. We're very proud of this, Madam Speaker. Off the national balance sheet, raising resources off debt, off the national balance sheet. Very smart. Madam Speaker, under the PP model, we have delivered and commissioned 35-kilometer Chingola, the 35-kilometer Chingola to Kasumbalesa Road. Chingola, Chililabombwe, Kasumbalesa Road. In May this year, we also commissioned the construction of the 327-kilometer Lusaka to Ndola dual carriageway and the rehabilitation of the 45-kilometer Luansha via Fisenge Masangano Road. Lots of hard work is going in place. We are pleased, Madam Speaker. I'm here to report to you, Madam Speaker, and your House, that we are pleased to report that the works are progressing very well and very fast. And the project is being undertaken, Madam Speaker, at a mere $650 million. As opposed to 1.3 plus interest, $1.8 billion. Big difference. Three principles, Madam Speaker: the right price or cost, number one; number two, timely delivery; three, quality. Quality. That's what we said years back. It's working now. The project is expected to be completed within 36 months. On time. We're working to push for that project to be done even ahead of time. Very important. This is what we call value for money. Right price, to repeat, right quality, timely delivery. The project will contribute to actualizing our aspiration of becoming a transport and logistics hub in our region. We are a land-linked country, Madam Speaker. We should never use the expression that we're a landlocked country. We're a land-linked country. Flip the coin, risk on this side. Flip the coin, opportunity on another side. Madam Speaker, through other financing mechanisms, government is implementing the US $270 million transport corridors for economic resilience project. Under the project, we will rehabilitate 238-kilometer Serenge to Mpika Road. We will also upgrade the Nakonde border post into a modern international non-stop border post. I'm sure, Madam Speaker, people have not heard. We were priding ourselves of a one-stop, but we want to move toward the non-stop border post. But for now, one-stop border post. In our transition to a non-stop border post with technology is possible. Your government is also working on the Katete-Chanida Road in Eastern Province, taking us to that border post with a modern border at Chanida. Excellent. 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 Madam Speaker, we also commissioned the rehabilitation works on the Lusaka-Mongu Road from Tata Yoyo Gate to Katunda Lukulu Junction, covering 87.3 kilometers. In addition, the north-south and Dar es Salaam corridor, Madam Speaker, will be transformed into a multi-modal smart transport corridor with a quality infrastructure under logistics facilities that we're working on. Madam Speaker, a good rural road network is equally critical to our development agenda. During this period under review, Madam Speaker, 980 kilometers of feeder roads were rehabilitated and maintained by local authorities throughout the country. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, here is the connection. This has been made possible through the Enhanced Constituency Development Fund that your government is providing to all the constituencies across the country. Further, 186 kilometers of feeder roads have been rehabilitated under the approved or improved rural connectivity projects. Madam Speaker, the development of aviation infrastructure and another strategy. Let me repeat. The development of aviation infrastructure is another strategy we are implementing in our quest to become a transport and logistics hub in the region. To this end, we have embarked on the construction of the second runway at the Kenneth Kaunda International Airport. This will not only make the airport more efficient, but safer. Some remember that we had a challenge on the only runway and some planes could not land here. They had to go to Ndola. Let's assume the plane had not enough fuel. You can't think of that situation. So the second runway is inevitable. It makes us more attractive as an airport of international standing. That is very important, Madam Speaker. But we will also attract more international airlines, more than what we have done already. With regard to provincial airports, equally important, we are glad, Madam Speaker, very glad to report that the upgrading of the Kasama Airport has been finally completed. Kasama Airport has been completed, Madam Speaker, following the installation of the airfield ground lighting. The runway is fantastic, Madam Speaker. I have used it myself. We are in the process of further upgrades in the northern corridor. We are focusing on the northern corridor because of the distance from Lusaka and other reasons. So after Kasama, we have now moved to Mansa. Work has commenced. Work has commenced in Mansa. From there, Nakonde. Nakonde. We have taken a view, Madam Speaker, that Nakonde is strategic to our country's economic investment trade flows. And Nakonde must be given quick attention even above some areas because of its strategic nature. So Nakonde, but without leaving Chinsali behind. That's the work going on, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, railway transport remains the most cost-effective mode for the haulage of heavy and bulk cargo. In this regard, the government has prioritized the development and rehabilitation of the railway network to improve connectivity at both national and regional levels. The main projects to be undertaken, Madam Speaker, we've worked very hard. We've worked very hard behind the scenes and we've made progress. The main projects to be undertaken include the development of the Lobito corridor. The Lobito North-West Railway Line, we call it, from Luao in Angola, through Chibweka, Mwinilunga, Kalumbila, Lumwana, into Chingola. Very important, Madam Speaker. So this will take us to the Atlantic Ocean through Lobito in Angola. The revitalization, important, revitalization of the Tanzania-Zambia railway system, Tazara. And Madam Speaker, we have good news for you. We have signed this arrangement. We have signed this transaction. It's all in place now. And the rehabilitation, obviously, of Zambia Railway, so that that link, Chingola, Kapiri, is joining then Atlantic Ocean and Indian Ocean. Very important, Madam Speaker. Then we're moving towards being a transport hub. Madam Speaker, the information and communication technology sector has demonstrated a remarkable degree of versatility, even in the face of climate change. To drive innovation, Madam Speaker, for improved service delivery and job creation, we are enhancing information and communication technology infrastructure and digital capabilities. To enhance digital inclusion and the connectivity in the unsaved and underserved areas, government is undertaking nationwide construction of 202 communication towers. In addition, the private sector is constructing 212 towers. Madam Speaker, I know sometimes we forget, we talked about Starlink not long ago. Starlink now provides internet to any part of this country. Any part of this country, you can have internet. It is reality now. It's no longer a story, it's real. Once completed, Madam Speaker, these towers will transform the social economic status of our people. Key services electronically, such as what? Social cash transfer, agricultural services. Examples. To clinics within the locality of the project. This also includes information and communication services. Very important. Madam Speaker, government is implementing interventions to harness science, research and development to promote industrialization and green growth. We are enhancing the capacity of the National Institute for Scientific and Industrial Research to facilitate innovation, as well as technological transfer and adaptation. We are also revising the legal framework to provide for venture capital funding for innovators in our country. Further, government is allocating more resources to promote productivity and output enhancing technologies in sectors such as agriculture. The technologies include early maturing, disease resistant, pest resistant, high yielding, and climate smart seed varieties of maize, cassava, rice, sorghum, pigeon peas, as well as groundnuts. We will increase, Madam Speaker, multiplication of the improved seed varieties to make them accessible across the country. Our researchers have also developed a rain-fed wheat variety for the first time to enable small-scale farmers to engage in wheat production even if they don't have the massive irrigation capabilities. So wetland wheat, Madam Speaker, will become possible because of these varieties. Human and social development. Madam Speaker, education remains high on our development agenda. It is our conviction that an educated citizenry, Madam Speaker, contributes to enhanced national resilience required for sustainable development. To this end, government policies to increase access and improve the quality, access to and improve the quality of education. Our free education policy has led to a huge increase in enrollment levels across the country. Our young people now have a fair chance to a brighter future than ever before. Our young people are now being empowered to overcome poverty. Our young people are now have an opportunity to become key players in the socio-economic development of their own country. Further, our free education policy is helping to curb early marriages, teen pregnancies, and indeed, general delinquency amongst our young people, especially in certain parts of our country certain parts with a high density of population. Madam Speaker, to increase access to quality education for our learners, we have continued to expand infrastructure in our schools. Under the Constituent Development Fund, Madam Speaker, we have constructed 1,000 551 new classroom blocks, while 322 existing classroom blocks have been rehabilitated countrywide. This brings the total number of completed classroom blocks to 1,883 so far, Madam Speaker. This is tremendous. This is tremendous. Madam Speaker, to maintain our policy that no learner sits on the floor, we have continued with the procurement of desks through the Constituent Development Fund and other forms of financing. It's work in progress. More kids enter school, more desks must be brought. So this is not an end process or ending process. It's a continuing process. This has not only improved the learning environment, but also contributed towards employment creation for our people, as the desks are now being produced locally. Proudly, Madam Speaker, we can sit here and say we now don't have to import desks as was the case before. They are procured, manufactured by our local people, using our local wood and labor and the skills under the CDF skills training. Fantastic. Fantastic. In our continued effort to improve the teacher-pupil ratio, 7,222 teachers were recruited last year, Madam Speaker. This year, we will recruit more teachers. More. Yes, more teachers. And support staff. Yes, more teachers. That's our commitment. And staff and support staff to further reduce the teacher deficit and improve the learning outcomes. To all of us, members of parliament in this house, let's encourage our nieces, nephews. When they are given jobs as teachers, they must go and report at the schools where they are posted and work. If they don't work, we'll replace them. And no one should complain, because pupils need teachers in classrooms. Madam Speaker, the new Dawn UPND administration has embarked on educational reforms. So far, the new National Education Curriculum Framework has been developed to promote lifelong learning, entrepreneurship, and practical skills which our industry, our economy requires. No more teaching anything anyhow. Speaking English does not mean people are skilled. No, the two are different. So we are moving in the direction of appropriate skills as demanded by the economy. Speaking good English is just an advantage, but you need to be skilled in some way. This implies making our education curriculum more appropriate, as said, to the needs of industry and the economy. Sometimes to the geography of an area. Because, for example, tourism applies in certain areas. So it's important that we acknowledge those geographical differences and offer the skills that are required in the institutions around those areas. Madam Speaker, government is scaling up the homegrown school feeding program to cushion learners from effects of the drought and keep them in school in order to improve learning outcomes. Currently, Madam Speaker, the program is benefiting 2.3 million of our learners in 70 districts across the 10 provinces of Zambia, so the whole country. We will extend coverage for the school feeding program from 70 districts to all the 116 districts. When? In 2025. The whole country. Excellent. Further, to keep the girl child in school, your government has continued to provide free sanitary wear, especially in rural areas where these are needed the most. Madam Speaker, shortage of quality and affordable student housing in our public universities and other institutions continues to be a major challenge. To this end, government is expediting the completion of stored hostel construction projects in public tertiary institutions across the country. Does not matter who started building these blocks. It doesn't matter which government started doing these things. This government will complete them. Because these are national assets. These are national assets. Thank you. Thank you. We will complete this, working very hard within the drought challenges, within the energy challenges. We're working very hard to continue, if you like, clearing these one by one until all of them are put into full usable form for our students. Madam Speaker, skills development is key to enhancing entrepreneurship and employability, especially for our youth. We've already touched on this issue. Through CDF bursaries, student enrollment in trades training institutes, and the youth resource centers has continued to grow dramatically, Madam Speaker, dramatically. To enhance quality and access to vocational skills training, we have completed the construction of Lundazi and Porokoso trades training institutes. In addition, yes, you heard me, Lundazi, mwana wa kwetu, and Mporokoso, kumiesu kumporokoso. So, in addition, we have rehabilitated 16 of the 23 youth resource centers across the country, Madam Speaker. Further, the National Youth Policy has been revised and the multi-sectoral youth development strategy has been formulated. By investing in education and skills development, Madam Speaker, we are laying a firm and strong foundation for the future of our country. A more prosperous, innovative, and resilient country. That lies in the skills held by our people. Not by magic, not by witchcraft, no, but by skills held by our people. Madam Speaker, as champion of the foundational learning in Africa, this fellow speaking here is champion of foundational learning in Africa, courtesy of the Association of the Development of Education in Africa, ADIA. It is our responsibility to strengthen early learning and education in general, which is the cornerstone to the development of any nation. Madam Speaker, I'm monitoring the progress of countries across the world. All of those that are doing well, they've invested in education. Heavily. Heavily. It's even easy to implement policies when citizens have some aptitude of some kind. Madam Speaker, the vision for our economic growth cannot be possible without a health and productive workforce to drive it. Therefore, your government remains committed to strengthen access to quality health care for all our citizens, enhancing nutrition status of our people to improve health service delivery at the community level. Especially in the rural areas, government has decentralized also at district level these services. And as we march on to the constituent level, it's a process, organized. Madam Speaker, in order to ensure that we bring health services as close to the people as possible, your government has accelerated infrastructure development in the country. Health infrastructure. The government has completed 7 level 1 hospitals. 7. And 111 mini hospitals. Out of the target of 115, we've completed 111. Not bad. We are now commencing phase 2 of mini hospital construction, aiming to complete 120 more facilities by 2027. Madam Speaker, I must mention here, we are looking at the areas which were not covered, and we want the country to be treated in an equitable way and distribute these facilities across the country. Across the country. One Zambia, one nation, one people. One Zambia, one nation, one people. Madam Speaker, I have not heard that. I shall continue under your instruction, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I remain committed to the instruction you gave me in the room to continue working. Madam Speaker, government recruited over 3,500 health workers in 2023 alone, in addition to the numbers we recruited since 2021. And an additional 4,000 health workers are to be recruited this year, madam. This year. Despite the drought, despite all these challenges, we remain committed to the cause of health of all our people. The resource envelope is always small. It is how you use it. It is how you manage it. We choose to manage the resource envelope in these areas that are the most need and will help our country dramatically over the years. So, to be recruited this year, Madam Speaker, I repeat, is 4,000 health workers. Equipping our health service with much needed workforce. Again, patient health worker ratio must continue to come down so that quality of service can go up. Very important, Madam Speaker. So, to reduce also maternal mortality. Madam Speaker, this House has heard this person speaking here talk about the importance of maternal health. So to reduce maternal mortality and in line with our earlier pronouncement, the government has constructed 166 maternal annexes in the past 2 years alone, with 123 completed. Out of 166, 123 are complete. So 166, 123 are on course, because they all started at different times. You can't complete them at the same time. That's the truth. That's the truth. To further safeguard our citizens from public health threats, the government has strengthened surveillance, detection, and response. We are pleased to confirm that we have taken steps to begin. Madam Speaker, I'm seated here proudly on behalf of the people of Zambia, that the journey we started looking for something is now matured. We have taken steps, and I can confirm, to begin the local manufacture of the cholera vaccine. Local manufacture of the cholera vaccine. Very important to safeguard people and also create jobs. The market is not just for Zambia, but for the region, Africa, and beyond. That is what we are doing, your government is doing, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we are stabilizing the availability of medicines and medical supplies in our health facilities. To this end, we have produced 42,000 health center kits and essential medicines under bulk procurement. We are pleased to report to you, Madam Speaker, through you, to the House, to the nation, that stock availability of essential medicines in our health facilities has improved. The stock availability has increased to an average level of 85% at health centers, 76% at hospital levels this year. This is above the 75% World Health Organization minimum level requirement. International standards. Going forward, government will continue to strengthen the supply and management of drugs to ensure availability of essential medicines in all our health facilities at all times. Additionally, your government is putting in place measures to safeguard drugs against pilferage. Madam Speaker, we have strengthened the law now. This House has allowed that to happen. You haven't passed the bill, you need to pass it. You steal medicines, you steal drugs, you steal anything that is life-saving, you will go in for a long period of time. For a long period of time. So that we can create a deterrent, because this is unacceptable. What's going on is unacceptable. Those charged with the responsibility of due diligence and care are the ones taking drugs away from the citizens of Zambia. So no complaints. That is what is called rule of law. Rule of law. So don't say you were not taught. Don't say you were not taught. Madam Speaker, government recognizes the challenge of mental health on our people, and we remain committed to implementing measures to address the problem. Madam Speaker, the drought has negatively, as said, already affected the nutrition status of our people living in drought-hit districts. In this regard, Madam Speaker, government is distributing high-energy, high-protein supplements to pregnant women and breastfeeding women, mothers, as well as children, to avoid malnutrition. Madam Speaker, we envisage a Zambia where every citizen has access to quality health care and opportunities for health living. A health nation is a wealthy nation. Madam Speaker, prudent management of water resources is critical to building resilience to climate change. Government has therefore continued to implement interventions to develop and manage our water resources. Only yesterday, we appointed a permanent secretary for this ministry, who has been well selected, one citizen, Mr. Kamanga. We wish him well. In this regard, government has revised the national water policy to take into account emerging challenges in the sector. Government will continue to promote water harvesting, Madam Speaker, and other climate-smart technologies to enhance water storage and supply. Great attention will be placed on protecting headwaters, water catchment areas, and water bodies from encroachment, degradation, and pollution. Madam Speaker, the drought has also posed challenges in the water supply and sanitation sector. The low water levels have negatively affected most of our major sources of water supply. Utility companies are experiencing drying water sources compounded by load shedding. The necessary load shedding, I must say, because if you are hydro-based and you have no water, you have no electricity. There's not much really that we should be debating around this issue. Our attention is to mitigate. That's where our attention should be, to mitigate, not to quarrel over load shedding. It is here because of obvious reasons. Let's work together to mitigate and quickly climb out of this problem. Let's take it as an opportunity. Difficult, but as an opportunity. Yes. So, Madam Speaker, this reduced amount of water supplied to our communities is a concern. Human consumption, animal consumption, domesticated, wild animals, and really for the vegetation as well. Grass, trees. We are concerned, we are working hard. Your government is working hard to improve access to water. Government has scaled up the completion of ongoing water supply infrastructure, including that which had stored for over 10 years. We are working hard now to complete these projects. We have continued to implement piped water schemes and also drilling of boreholes across the country. Minister of Water knows this story very well, and we're pushing each other every day, every night, including, Madam Speaker, taking out people stealing from the water programs, overpricing on water. It's a serious crime. And some people have been knocked out. We shall knock out more. And no complaints should arise, because this is unnecessary. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, providing clean and safe drinking water to citizens is not just to quench the waste, it's not just for industry, it's also a health matter. It's a matter of health given the needs for sanitation. Madam Speaker, to improve the living conditions of the needy and vulnerable, government has continued to implement social protection programs, such as the social cash transfer and food security packs programs. Under the regular social cash transfer program, Madam Speaker, the number of household beneficiaries has increased from 1,027,000 to 1,311,000 by a whopping close to 300,000 additional numbers. Very important. To further cushion beneficiary households from the effects of the drought, the regular social cash transfer beneficiary households are now receiving a top-up. The regular ones, not the new ones, the regular ones, an additional 200 on top per month for a period of 12 months so they can recover. Starting from June this year, Madam Speaker. Specific, very specific. This money is making a significant difference in the lives of our people. And we would like to hear reports, feedback from members of parliament so that we can correct any that which is wrong out there. Madam Speaker, government is also implementing the Drought Emergency Cash Transfer Program to enhance food and nutrition security. Under the program, 952,770 households that experience crop failure and are not on regular social cash transfer are also benefiting. In addition, the cash transfer value for households on this program is 400 kwacha per month for a period of 12 months. Currently, the total number of beneficiary households for both regular and drought emergency cash transfer stands at 2,263,671 beneficiary households. Madam Speaker, please take note of the definition. It's not individuals, it's households, which means that there are more people, more millions of people are benefiting. Work out the numbers. Even in the average households, you have 5 people. Multiply that by 2,263,671. Quite a lot. As an additional drought response intervention, government is implementing the Cash for Work program. Very new program, and I'm very thankful, Madam Speaker, to this House, through your leadership, that approved the 2024 amended budget. We embedded this figure to allow our people to benefit. So thank you to Parliament. Thank you to the members of Parliament. So, as an additional drought response intervention, government is implementing the Cash for Work program. The program is providing financial relief to individuals in exchange for their labor to undertake public works on a temporal basis. Better to work in exchange for pay rather than tantamen. Because when you work for pay, you produce, you help grow the economy. Very important, very important. We would like to thank our cooperating partners for their support for these initiatives. Madam Speaker, I wish members of Parliament and the citizens to pay particular attention to the way these programs are arranged. They are thought through. We look at many factors, including ensuring that every activity, every money spent adds to some GDP growth of some kind. Especially that we've lost GDP from electricity, we've lost GDP from agriculture. Very important. So, members of Parliament, this is important to you and your constituencies. Madam Speaker, government has introduced the community maize cells in addition to to what we have articulated, Madam Speaker, the government, your government, has introduced, our government, has introduced the community maize sales program in deficit areas to improve availability of the commodity, our staple food. Under the program, members of the community are buying maize at 330 kwacha per 50 kg bag from the food reserve agents. We have taken the maize back to the buying depots, closer to the people. Madam Speaker, we had teething problems, but it's coming through. And we encourage this House to report any issues that they experience in your constituencies so that we can address them. Very important. We are a team, one team. We are one team. We are one team. We are one team. So, Madam Speaker, this is what your government is doing as part of the mitigation measures to this drought, to this water shortage, to this energy shortage, to this food insecurity. These are a combined or myriad of measures. By mid-August this year, Madam Speaker, more than 92,000 metric tons of maize had been sold across the country on this program. We also are providing food relief to vulnerable households in the 84 drought-affected districts. In addition, please, because some families cannot even afford, even after these measures. So we recognize that. So we are providing relief to the most vulnerable households, additional households in the 84 drought-affected districts. And in this area, a total of 40,865 metric tons of relief white maize, non-GMO, has been distributed by mid-August this year. Of this amount, 28,755 metric tons were issued to beneficiary households. Madam Speaker, to further address food and nutrition security among the needy and vulnerable households, government is providing basic farming inputs. In addition, basic farming inputs to the vulnerable but viable farmers under the Food Security Pact. Madam Speaker, these are add-ons. They are not this or that. It's this plus this plus this plus this plus that, so that we can ameliorate the needs of our people. This is what it is. So, currently 242,000 beneficiary households are being supported. Out of the number, 200,000 are under the rain-fed component, and surprise, surprise, Madam Speaker, 40,000 are under the wetlands component, which were never utilized before. But under your government, we have seen an opportunity in utilizing the wetlands. So we are now moving fast to use the wetlands. And the wetlands component really is one great opportunity for our country. And so we want to grow this area more and more because of the water and the moisture that is naturally held under the wetlands. So we can produce something rather than just watching and burning things over the top. Environmental sustainability. Madam Speaker, our natural environment and ecosystems have continued to be under threat. We have witnessed increased incidences of adverse climate change effects, such as droughts, flash floods, and extreme temperatures. This has been compounded by the unsustainable exploitation of natural resources. Madam Speaker, to enhance preparedness and resilience of our communities to the impact of climate change, government is strengthening early warning systems. In this regard, over 200 modern weather stations have been installed in all the 116 districts and around our major water bodies. Very important. The Speaker and the House may remember, early into our term, we talked about weather forecasting. This is it. This is the investment we're making in this area. We will equally ensure that our farmers are provided with information on the weather in a timely manner. Already the information, Mr. Speaker, has started coming out, how this season is looking. And Madam Vice President, please relocate those people in the low-lying areas. We don't need to take the helicopters during the flood, high floods. Let's relocate them now, because we know what is coming. We know what is coming. That is the value of weather forecasting and the investment made in these areas. So I think it's important our people resist, but they must be educated. Otherwise, we don't want to lose lives. Yeah, we don't want to lose lives. Madam Speaker, government will continue to implement the integrated forest landscape project in Eastern Province. Let me repeat that. Government has continued to implement the Zambia integrated forest landscape project in Eastern Province of our country. We are also implementing the transforming livelihoods for resilience and development project in Luapula, Muchinga, and northern provinces. So these programs will continue. Madam Speaker, they are very important, extremely important. And your government is committed to making sure that these programs succeed. And will carry the communities in these areas to change habits, including farming habits, which are important. That's why we are providing implements, we're providing other things, so that habits can change to restore our environments. To conserve and protect forests is a necessity. It's a necessity. We have therefore established 10 community forest management groups covering an estimated 183,000 hectares of forests, while 515 hectares have been put under natural forest regeneration. Further 26 hectares of land has been planted with 21,000 pine trees, seedlings, which are generated from this country. This is in Mpulungu district, where we are focusing on planting pine there. There's a scientific reason why your government has selected Mpulungu. And it's important that this project succeeds. And the Mpulungu Member of Parliament, our colleagues around Mpulungu, let's support this project. Yeah, let's support this project. And also, another location that has been carefully selected for scientific reasons is the Nsama district. And here we are looking at 7,300. 7,300. In Eastern Province, Madam Speaker, 72,800 hectares of forest has been placed under land management practices. A lot of this degradation is going on in that part of our country. And so this project, Madam Speaker, is extremely important to address the degradation in that part of our country. And so we also want to ensure that, we'll continue to ensure that communities are brought on board, and also monetary and non-monetary benefits are offered to wean off communities that are dependent on certain practices. We recognize that as well. Because some of these are based on old age traditions, and we need to be able to be conscious of these issues. So your government is making these interventions, Madam Speaker. It is gratifying to note that our people are increasingly adopting alternative livelihoods, such as beekeeping, livestock production, small, large livestock, and vegetable production throughout the year. Throughout the year. No planting month, because every month is planting month. No harvest month, because every month is a harvest month. Madam Speaker, to reverse forest and land degradation, your government has placed 7.6 million hectares of forest under sustainable forest management. The forests have been designed as community forest management areas and are being managed by over 284 recognized community forest management groups across the country. Madam Speaker, this is important so that we can have a sense of ownership by the community. And when the community feels they own these programs, the programs will succeed. Very important. Similar to poaching. So we urge our traditional leaders, civil society, the church, our partners, we call them our partners, to collaborate with government agencies and local communities to help sensitize our people to desist from bush burning. Too much bush burning, Madam Speaker, a harmful vice that threatens the ecosystems and exacerbates effects of climate change. Going forward, government will ensure that the livelihoods of our people and the environment are taken as a package and are protected fairly equally. Even as we endeavor to develop a country, even as we want to irrigate, even as we want to water harvest, we will take account of sustainability. Minister of the Green Economy, lead us in this way. Human rights and good governance. The rule of law, Madam Speaker, the rule of law, respect for human rights and constitutionalism are at the core of our government. We are committed to upholding and protecting these principles in totality, not from one angle, but in totality. The New Dawn UPND administration therefore will continue to uphold the rule of law, no matter what is being said out there. We will continue to uphold the rule of law without segregation. The rule of law must be deepened. Our democratic credentials must continue to be deepened, but within the rule of law. And the rights and obligations of citizens is essential, but every right ends somewhere, because someone else's right begins there. So their rights, obligations, and responsibilities is part of the totality of the rule of law. Madam Speaker, citizens must continue to enjoy their basic rights. But every right, as I said, comes with obligation and responsibility, especially social media. Madam Speaker, the Constitution remains an important document for our identity as a people. Let me just reinforce the issue of rights and obligations. We have seen social media is being used to damage countries. People are hiding behind a cell phone, a smartphone, to commit crimes. This government will take all criminality as crimes. Whether it's on social media, whether it's behind a laptop or a platform. You break the law, you're on your own. You have seen countries that have been put on flames because of falsehoods. Falsehoods are a crime. Yes. Madam Speaker, the Constitution remains an important document to our country's identity as a people. The country has, however, failed. Madam Speaker, I'm here to say the country has failed to reach consensus on this very important national document over many years. As a country, therefore, we still need to reform our constitutional order to ensure that it's truly reflecting the aspirations of our citizens. The New Dawn UPND government, given the substantial work that has already been done in the past, and we don't want to repeat that expensive and time-consuming work, this government is committed to facilitate a least cost, efficient, and credible process to address lacunas, omissions, or oversights, so to say, in our Constitution. So we are looking at this House under your leadership, Madam Speaker, to be supportive of a process that will be least cost, that will be time conscious, that will not lead to allowances and more allowances and sittings that will not do. Absolutely not. But consensus building, and this House is the one that should help us. And we'll be happy to go. After all, some of your constituencies are too big. After all, I don't understand the wisdom how members of parliament were taken out of the council chambers. After all, some lacunas can lead us to a situation where we could have no general election for 8 years. That's not a joke. Yes. We could have no election for 8 or 9 years. Those lacunas sit in the Constitution. So those who designed or signed off that Constitution, I'm not sure what they were intending to do. So, Madam Speaker, you and us and the Judiciary, Executive, Legislature and Judiciary, we are one government. We should work together. This is not a partisan issue. This is a national issue. I urge, Mr. Speaker, that we work as a team. I'm a team believer myself. Thank you. Madam Speaker, we are determined to eradicate all forms of corruption. We are determined to eradicate all forms of corruption. We remain firmly committed to zero tolerance policy against these vices. All suspected cases, all forms of corruption will not be tolerated, past, present, future, all forms. And there's nothing to hide behind ethnicity, to hide behind religion, to hide behind political party in the fight against corruption. None of that stuff will be tolerated. There is no ethnicity, there is no religion, there is no political affiliation in the fight against corruption. Madam Speaker, I wish to indicate that asset recovery is part of the integral process of fighting corruption. It is an integral part of the fight against corruption. And Madam Speaker, in the last few months only, your government has recovered over 100 million kwacha cash. I beg your pardon. 100 million kwacha, more than, phenomenally more than 100 million kwacha worth of property. 56.6 million kwacha cash. US dollar 30.8 million. Cash. These have been forfeited to the state, and we are restoring value to the true owners, the citizens of Zambia. The figures are there. Madam Chair, covered over $25 million, one individual. So this House must be united. This House must be united on the fight against corruption. This House must be united. And I want to say to you, through you, Madam Speaker, we started slow because the laws were weak. We amended the laws. We started slow because the court procedures were weak and they were being abused. We looked through, we amended those. The fight against corruption and recovery of assets has now gathered speed. You will see more. A lot. This is nothing. This is the tip of the iceberg. You will see more. Yes, it's in public domain. It's in public domain. Didn't we take a motor vehicle only 2 days ago or 3 days ago? We did. 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 And when I say we did, all of us, because this is government, and Parliament is part of government, So, Madam Speaker, we want to thank you, the members of Parliament, for allowing the legislative changes that we pushed through once we realized the difficulties, and also the learning points that we did by sending our teams around the region, around the world. And we're doing fine in that area. So please, no ethnicity, no religion affiliation, no political party affiliation, no cultural heritage affiliation. This fight will continue. And let's just work together. And you will see how many more desks we buy and the hospitals we build. Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, as a demonstration of our administration's commitment to fighting the vice, we have launched a revised national policy on anti-corruption early this year. We did launch it. The policy is among other guiding principles, including the reforms of the law and practicing guidelines in the judicial processes. I know some people didn't pay attention when we were making these changes, but this is the result of these changes. The taste of the pudding is in the eating. We are placing a premium on morality in our country. It's very important. And I hope voters will begin to make those decisions to take account of morality as well. Because it's creating problems to elect people into public offices who are supposed to protect public resources but are in the forefront of damaging public resources. It's not a good thing to do. So morality is important, and also creating disincentives that will make it not attractive to corruption. This House will be required to support those changes. We will continue to fight the past, present, and the future. Please, you know anything in the present, don't shout. Don't put a social media article. Report to the police. Just report to the police. That's the best thing a civilized citizen does. Don't go into social media, allege. Go to the police. Go to the DEC. Go to the ACC. Go to anyone, including the police. And your matter will be appreciated, your report, and be actioned. Madam Speaker, to enable our country benefit from international cooperation and foreign relations, government has continued to ensure that bilateral trade, economic and technical cooperation continue to be the hallmark of our foreign policy. Our foreign policy, please, the House and the nation, is anchored on two pillars only. Peace, security, stability on one. On another, economic diplomacy. That's all. Very simple. When we apply this, it will deliver results. It's already delivering results. If you look at the restructured relationships we have with countries, excellent. Investments coming in, excellent. Value coming in, excellent. Madam Speaker, let us work together in this area. You are all diplomats. All members of Parliament are diplomats. All members of Parliament are diplomats and must push the country's foreign policy as you travel around, in your committees, in other work that you do. Madam Speaker, I would like the Minister of Foreign Affairs to work closely with you to interpret these two pillars so that your members of Parliament can bring value back home whenever they travel outside this country. It's a very important issue. It's not a small issue. I do follow what your members do when they go out, their presentations, the work they do. I think we can support them even more. That is my request. That's my request. Madam Speaker, we effectively, as a country, we play our part in the region. First, your government will continue to create strategic partnerships. This is a hallmark of success in a modern civilized society. Networking, partnerships, very important. So we'll continue doing that to promote trade, investment, facilitate high-level engagements to attract investments. Madam Speaker, the work we've done in this area speaks for itself. The resuscitation of the mines is from these strategic relationships. Yes. We have a big day for Mulungushi, Madam Speaker. I'm not listening to it. We have a big day for Mulungushi. And the nation will be very happy about it. We have a big day for Mulungushi. So I stay away from the temptation of Mulungushi. But I want to emphasize, your government will continue to create strategic partnerships in the region, on the African continent, in the global community, and in order to facilitate the re-entry of our country in the League of Decent Nations, and also to promote investments, trade, partnerships of all types, as long as they add to a job for a Zambian, as long as they add to a business opportunity for a Zambian. It's very important, Madam Speaker, and MPs must be part of this agenda. All of the MPs. When we're here, we don't distinguish UPND. One. We are one. We are one team. We are mature enough to distinguish when we campaign for elections and when we serve the people. Once we are elected, Madam Speaker, we are here to serve the people. Chap? Sorry. That's our member. I mean, that's all. I apologize. I mean, that's all. Madam Speaker, we effectively presided over the SADC organ on politics, defense and security cooperation during the time we were leaders as Zambia, during which we fulfilled SADC's mandate of promoting peace, security and stability in the region and ultimately creating economic opportunities for our own country. That's how it works. We successfully led the SADC electoral observation mission to Zimbabwe during our chairmanship. Zimbabwe, Eswatini, Madagascar, Democratic Republic of Congo, Lesotho, Eswatini. Did I say Eswatini? Yes. Lesotho, South Africa. In our 1 year of leadership in this troika. We call it a troika. Where we contributed towards enhancing democracy and good governance for our region. Peace in Zambia is important to the region. Peace in the region is important to Zambia and to the globe. This is who we are, Madam Speaker. This is what we stand for as a country since KK's time. This is what we will continue to do going forward as a people. Madam Speaker, the media plays a pivotal role in promoting good governance, as well as informing, educating, and entertaining our people. We cherish the fourth estate and remain committed to freedom of the press and freedom of expression. Our people, Madam Speaker, are now free to voice their concerns without fear of retribution when they do it within the law. But when you break the law, it's a different issue. It's a totally different issue. So I think it's important to say so. We have increased the civic and democratic space. No question about it. Madam Speaker, not a single media institution has been closed down for political or other considerations 3 years down the road. Not one. Not one. Not one. This is very important. Since we assumed office, not one has been closed. Rather, there has now been more community radio stations, more television stations that have been opened and are operating freely. Anyone who attacks a radio station, a television station, will not hide behind a political placard. They will not hide. When they do it, the law will take course, madam. That's how it works. That's how it works. We have put laws, but criminals still steal. When they steal, we go for them. So when you attack a radio station, we go for you. That's all. That's the difference. Before you attack, you are protected. Now you attack, the police will follow you. In Impika or elsewhere. So just don't do it. That is what we are saying. So I think the distinction, Madam Speaker, must be that no one says there will be no criminals. We are saying when you commit a crime, the law will visit you. Unlike before, you make a crime, the law, not the law, the politics protected you. We shouldn't do those things going forward. But when you see a crime being committed, just report to the police. If there's no action, raise the issue now to a different level. I think that's what we're saying. That's the civility we're looking for. Yeah. Madam Speaker, I don't want to belabor this point. I'm a cattleman. We enhance the crimes against thefts. People are still stealing, but they're being arrested. I think that's a distinction, very important distinction we must make. People are being arrested. Yeah. So, political players, civil society, churches, other stakeholders, media itself, let's act responsibly. All of us. Let's act responsibly. Freedoms doesn't mean abuse. To enhance access to information, the Access to Information Act of 2024, Act number 24 of 2023 was enacted, Madam Speaker. The legislation enables our citizens to access information from public institutions. You can now go to a public institution and ask for information. You should get it. With these freedoms, we urge citizens to avoid abusing, I repeat, social media and other media. You have seen countries go down in the last 2 months, 3 months. Those countries will never be the same again. Street fights instigated by falsehoods through social media, serious crime. And we'll be asking this Parliament to enhance the laws and the punishment. We want to learn from the new British Prime Minister. He's done a great job. Deepen the law, quicken the prosecution, and people are locked up. Because you can put fire to a nation from a smartphone based on falsehoods. When the falsehoods are now found to be falsehood, the nation will be burning. So if you want to run a country, what country will you run which is in smoke? Madam Speaker, some of us endured a lot in the past, but we never asked our supporters to go in the streets. Not a single day. No leader does a thing like that. No serious leader does a thing like that. I'm following, I'm listening, I'm watching people enticing young people to go in the streets to go and do what? To kill fellow citizens? To burn property? And then you want to lead ashes. God help you. This Parliament must deepen and enhance the laws and punishment and expeditious prosecution, maintaining freedoms but acting on criminality. I know what I'm talking about, Madam Speaker. We are talking globally. We are talking globally as responsible leaders. And we agreed that this should not be the way the world evolves, because it will destroy things. Madam Speaker, let us move as a nation, not as pieces and bits, but as a nation. That's the way to survive, even under drought. That's the way to survive, even under load shedding. We move as a team. We move as a country. Madam Speaker, we have continued to devolve public services to local authorities. This program will continue. This program will continue. As you are aware, Madam Speaker, by December this year, agricultural services, livestock and fisheries services as well, in addition to already the devolved services, will also be moving in that direction. They'll be moving in that direction. Community development, social welfare are already there at the local level. So more services will be put, Madam Speaker. We will bring the number of devolved functions to 13. This is supported with resource allocation as appropriate. You can't devolve without resource allocation. Then it becomes playing with words. That's why we are very happy with the CDF, Madam Speaker, and more will be done in that direction. We are taking decision-making closer to the people and enhancing their participation in local development based on their priorities in those areas. You want to clean a canal? That is what is important to you. You will be supported. You want to plant in a dambo because you have dambos in your area? You will be supported. This is what this government is all about. Madam Speaker, the Enhanced Constituent Development Fund really, to me and to these MPs here, please, if you want to be a successful MP, utilize the CDF properly. That's why I want you to go back to the council chamber so that you can be part of the planning, allocation of resources, but also implementation and monitoring. So, Madam Speaker, that's why we need to amend the Constitution to take your members of parliament back to the council chamber so that they can truly be monitoring these developments. And when we allocate more CDF, which we will this year, you can use it better. Where there are mistakes, take note of those mistakes and raise them, and they shall be dealt with. I think that's what we should do as a family, as a Zambia united family. Unity in diversity. Madam Speaker, the new dawn, Nakabiri? Sorry, I'm saying again, Madam, I apologize. I'm saying, Madam, I think people have heard. Message is clear. Message is clear. Madam Speaker, we've noticed a slowdown in the uptake of CDF in certain constituencies, which appears to be deliberate. You are not injuring UPND. You are not injuring HH or the Speaker. You are injuring your own voters. You are injuring your own voters. Why should a child in one constituency be sitting on the floor when the money for desks is there? Why? I think my urge, Madam Speaker, is that let us distinguish pettiness from seriousness. This is a serious developmental issue, and we must deliver in all constituencies. I am hoping, Madam Speaker, Minister of Local Government, we can devise an obligation, a legal obligation for members of parliament to deliver on the development for their people, irrespective of which party they come from. And last time, Madam Speaker, I asked for a meeting of members of parliament. Others didn't come because they're not UPND. No, that meeting was a meeting of the president and all members of parliament, so that we could discuss the challenges around CDF, the challenges on some of the things that your government should address. Madam Speaker, I make an ask that this is not partisan. CDF is not partisan. CDF is not partisan. Decentralization is not partisan. It's for the people who we claim to serve. So let us work together. Madam Speaker, the New Dawn administration values the role that our traditional leaders play in our development efforts. As such, to uplift their conditions, their status, their dignity, traditional leaders, we have made a special provision under the CDF for the construction of chiefs' palaces. We are currently constructing 110 new chiefs' palaces across the country. Good progress has been made so far, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, our quest is to promote gender equity and equality across the country, across social status, and the speed access to justice for victims of gender-based violence is what we are working towards. Speedy access to justice. This year, new courts have been constructed in Solwezi, Kasama, Mansa, Chinsali districts. This brings the number of gender-based violence fast-track courts in the country to 10. Let's utilize them. Madam Speaker, government will continue to promote a good governance environment in the country, will ensure that the policy, legal and institutional reforms are strengthened. Madam Speaker, we proudly salute our talented sportsmen and women for flying the Zambian flag high. Over the past year, particularly during the world's greatest sports spectacle, the Paris Olympic Games 2024. Special recognition goes to our resilient women's football team, the women's football team, who bravely faced off against some of the world's top teams. Our women worked hard, made us proud. We cannot ignore Muzala Samkonga, who brought immense glory and pride to our nation by winning a bronze medal. And we also commend the outstanding performance of other Olympic competitors across the disciplines. And Madam Speaker, I won't preempt, but we have a program for Muzala and his relay team. And the nation will be proud to know what we're doing around there. Very shortly, the Minister of Sports will deal with that. I must say once again, sport has once again proven itself to be the greatest unifier of our nation, showcasing potential to not only bring people together but also provide employment opportunities. Through sport, we witness the best of the humanity, the human spirit, determination, perseverance, and triumph. Madam Speaker, as I move to conclude, Madam Speaker, as a country, we have made significant progress in many spheres despite the challenges we faced, unbudgeted challenges, especially the drought. Our nation has experienced the worst, harshest realities of the negative effects of climate change. Never seen before at my age, Madam Speaker. I grew up in a village. I've never seen a year when we never harvested. This is the first time. Never seen it before. But despite that, the nation moves on. Your people move on. Madam Speaker, milestones attained under restructuring, debt restructuring. I shall repeat, this is important. Madam Speaker, the milestones attained under the debt restructuring have given us fiscal space to place our economy back on track. Were it not for the drought, we were going to hit a significant growth this year. But we will turn the drought into an opportunity. I already raised that issue before. Irrigation, diversity in energy, resilience, research, all of this we may have not done without the drought. But the drought has given us a flip side of the coin, which is the revival. Madam Speaker, on the copper belt has gained traction. Some would like to say this new dawn UPND government has a knack for bringing things from the grave back into life. 28 shaft is one example, Madam Speaker. Difficult environment, but we keep on soldiering on, making progress. The restoration of hope and resurgence of economic activities in our mining sector, mining towns, as I said, Mopani, Konkola, 28 shaft, Mingomba, several others. Northwestern, Super Pit, Lumwana, First Quantum, Nickel Mining, all of these are reviving normalcy into our mining communities. Not just that, suppliers, contractors, go to the copper belt now, Mufrila, Mafken, suppliers have been paid. There is an MP, Madam Speaker, the MPs for Mufrila from different parties are doing a good job. They're working together to help revive Mafken. Mafken is Mufrila, Madam Speaker. So They are working together. Yes, they have differences. They have differences, but they are working together. Yes. 1, 2, where is the third one? Number 3 there. Teamwork, Madam Speaker. To drive this country forward, we need to work together and override small petty differences and focus on what we can do together. Very important. Very important. Madam Speaker, this is a signal that lives will be better on the Copper Belt and Zambia. It's a matter of time. It's a matter of time. It's a matter of time. Our fight against corruption and recovery of assets is on course. Delayed in the beginning, but it's on course. We are equal on course in empowering our people through the decentralization agenda. Madam Speaker, as citizens of this great country, we owe it to ourselves and the future generations to rapidly enhance our resilience to natural and economic disruptions. Yes, climate change presents us with a challenge or challenges. More importantly, it's an opportunity. Depends on how your brain is framed. It's an opportunity for us to devise solutions to our challenges. It's a call to action, Madam Speaker. It's a catalyst to innovation, Madam Speaker. Let us seize this opportunity to find solutions, to build a sustainable future. Let us harness the power of national unity, Madam Speaker. The power of national unity. Demeaning, miniaturing differences. The power of national unity. Working together in this unitary state. Indivisible Zambia. Let us nurse this power. Let us collaborate with determination. Let us embrace sustainable practices, invest in green technologies, and empower our communities to adapt and to thrive. Madam Speaker, a prosperous and a better Zambia is not a mere dream, but a tangible aspiration within our reach. I am confident, Madam Speaker, that in 5, 6 years from now, this will be a different country. I have no doubt about it. And I want us in this house to believe in ourselves. Where we fall short, someone will lift us within our country. If not, within our region, within our continent. We'll bring the skills required to make this country achieve its aspirations. This country should not work against anyone. This country should work for everybody. It's a big difference. It's a big difference. Madam Speaker, we must commit to working together and embracing an inclusive and shared future. As we tackle bad habits of the past, we must embrace each other. And when we tackle bad habits, we're not doing it against anybody. It's to make society better. To make society better. We have a shared future, Madam Speaker. We must commit to saving our nation and the integrity of our humanity. We must continue to commit to and be passionate about building a peaceful, united, and prosperous Zambia. With determination, resilience, and hard work, let us build a Zambia that stands tall as a beacon of hope for generations to come. Even when we are long gone, our great-grandchildren should say there was a team that turned the corner. If you go to countries like China, they will tell you we turned the corner in that year, in that period, and they've never looked back. We must be proud and look forward to this opportunity that God has given us. These things are only given to us by God. It's only God who designs them, because it's beyond us. But let's maximize working together. Let us build a Zambia that others after us can build on. Building blocks can stand on. Let us be the shoulders as we said in the theme for our 60th, before I go there, Madam Speaker, we need to accept that we can only achieve this through smart work, hard work, work, and more work after work. It's the only way. There is no other way. There's no other way. I argue, Madam Speaker, there is no other way. There are no shortcuts. We have to do what is right. And that, if we do, we will succeed. As we said in the theme for our 60th anniversary, independence anniversary, let us honor our heritage and embrace our future. Madam Speaker, it is now my honor and privilege to declare the fourth session of the 13th National Assembly officially open. Madam Speaker, God bless our country, Zambia. God bless our people. May God's grace be upon us all. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Have been invited to come and witness this momentous occasion here at Parliament grounds, just to get their quick reactions regarding what the President has talked about in his address.
Exactly, President. And right now we have, we can see the President making his way out, and we also have the judges also going out as this particular meeting has come to an end, where the President was addressing the House during the occasion of the fourth session of the 13th National Assembly. And soon after, the Honorable Madam Speaker has seen off the President. She'll make her way back into the chamber to come and talk to the members of Parliament before the House finally adjourns. And business of the House is expected to resume next week on Tuesday, when they start debating the presidential speech that has just been delivered.
Yes, indeed, Pauline. Quite a number of issues were raised during their address, and quite very interesting pronouncements have been made, and the President did talk about some of the mines that have been operationalized. And also did talk about the 160 maternal annexes that have been built, and we know that 123 have been completed. For now, we'll cross back and keep watching Parliament Television, and we'll keep on sharing with you some of the excerpts from the presidential address.
We go back to our business. Her Honor, the Vice President.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that at this rising today, the House do adjourn until Tuesday, 17th September 2024.
The question is that at this rising today, the House do adjourn until Tuesday, 17th September 2024. Any debate? Her Honor, the Vice President.
Madam Speaker, may I start by expressing on behalf of the House, and indeed on my own behalf, how greatly honored the House is to have had yet another opportunity of being addressed by the President of the Republic of Zambia, Dr. Hakainde Hichilema, through an inspiring and well thought out speech that has just been delivered to this august House. Madam Speaker, I have no doubt in my mind that all honorable members will join me in congratulating the President for delivering an inspiring address. In his address, the President has raised important issues that need careful analysis and serious introspection. In this regard, I am of the view that the House on the important issue intelligent September August House to support it. Madam Speaker, I beg to move.
Thank you. Any further debate? The Honorable Member for Kankoyo.
I thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I thank you for according me the rare honor and privilege to support the motion that has been ably moved by Her Honor, the Vice President, on the occasion of the ceremonial official opening of the 4th session of the 13th National Assembly. Madam Speaker, I totally agree with Her Honor, the Vice President, and the Leader of Government Business in the House, that the honorable members need ample time to carefully and analyze the speech delivered by Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, our beloved President of the Republic of Zambia. Most of the issues that were raised by the President are related to the welfare and the livelihood of the people that are privileged to serve, that we are privileged to serve. It is therefore important that honorable members are given an ample time to critically analyze the speech and be able to debate from an informed point of view. But
I put up the question. The question is that Tuesday, 17th September 2024, as many as are of that of the contrary say no. Do now. The House. Is now adjourned.
What the President talked about for the sake of you who have just joined us.
Yes, President, the President has raised a number of issues in his speech that was delivered this morning. And maybe first is to look at the energy sector, which he talked about. And he admits that, of course, this has been a very tough time for the country. due to El Nino drought, which has really affected a lot of sectors in the country. And he has talked of other means that Zambia will look to enable that its energy sector is revamped again and go back to what it has been, or it will never be, it will never go through this rough patch again.
Yes, he did talk about quite a number of issues, and one of them is the issue to do with water harvesting. The president did say that water harvesting and other climate smart what currently the country is going through, the issue to do with drought, as the scarcity of other climate smart, like harvesting rainwater. And on the issue to do with Cash for Work program, the president did talk about, in addition to the drought response, government has put in place initiatives where it is implementing the program to provide financial relief to individuals in exchange for their labor to undertake public works on deficit.
Earlier this year, on 28th June, we had President Jacinto Nyusi also had Zambia and the House, and also made pledges Zambia in one way or another we are going through as a nation right. The President has also pointed out the mining sector remains a driving economic growth. To full production in a quest to attain the target of 3 million metric tons of copper by the year 2031.
Yeah, quite a number of issues were raised. An issue to do with local manufacturing base. The president did say that government is promoting the production and consumption of local products, and to achieve this, government is developing legislation to support local manufacturers by encouraging public institutions to procure locally produced goods and services, and therefore he did say that government will continue promoting the Proud Zambian campaign. And I liked what he talked about, emphasizing the point to the National Assembly of Zambia to keep purchasing local product to promote these manufacturers in our country.
Yes, President, that was really good. And the President also did point out on the micro and small and medium enterprises, MSMEs, that they play an important role in fostering innovation as well as creating employment and wealth. And he also pointed out that this is the reason why the government has revised the micro, small and medium enterprises policy, and recently that there was a promotion of preferential procurement regulation aimed at substantially increasing and participation of SMEs in public procurement. And in order to support this, the President has said that MSMEs, the Citizens Economic Empowerment Commission, sees has disbursed in a total amount of 670 loans this year alone, amounting to 189.2 million.
So his address, this is his address, and it touched almost all the sectors in our economy, so we cannot conclusively look at every sector. That's the reason why even the House has adjourned today, to give ample time to members of Parliament to go and study this address and come and debate come Tuesday, the 17th of September. Sindaza Jonga, who is on hand just to interact with a few members of parliament, and will join her later on.
You don't need to suffer from load shedding anymore. Liveltech is here to save the... You don't need to suffer from load shedding anymore. Liveltech is here to save the day. Imagine this. You're in the middle of an important task and boom, power cut. Frustrating, right? Well, not anymore. Introduce solutions. With Liveltech,
Well, thank you very much to my colleagues. Enhancing national resilience, sustaining socio-economic gains in the face of adverse effects of climate change. And so, a number of stakeholders, members of parliament, invited guests were actually here to witness the presidential address. Time now to get reactions from invited guests and members of parliament regarding the presidential address. Joining me now is a Mandango member of parliament,
example, reducing on the has also addressed the issue of agriculture, but the government is going to provide agricultural inputs to the people on time, so that we are able to have enough food, okay, as a country. The president has also addressed the issues of increased social cash transfer on one, the beneficiaries, and two, the amount itself to the beneficiaries. This, I believe, is very, very important. So the president is at the disposal to offer good services to the people of Zambia, and this is what is happening. So I believe the people of Zambia really made a very good choice to as the Zambian residents had. Okay, not only that, he has also addressed various issues like increasing tourism by expanding the international airport, by building another runway. Okay, this is to encourage tourism and also increase on foreign exchange. Okay, he has also talked about deploying teachers this year, almost 4,000, to add on the others that have already been deployed. So this, I believe, not only that, also other stuff related to the educational sector, also the health sector, the construction of mini hospitals in various conferences or areas that have not yet been attended to balance up with those that have already been attended to. Okay, also the provision of physiotherapists, doctors, and others. This, I believe, is what the president or responsible president is supposed to talk about, and that's what he has talked about. And I'm just very happy that our president has been able to address us in this manner, in this 18th National Assembly, the fourth of Parliament. Today, by here and by here.
I bet you have more time starting next week to debate the presidential.
Yes, I am ready to stand on the floor of the House and debate to
time.
Thank you so much.
There we have it. That's Mangango Member of Parliament, Mr. Luhamba, on Members of Parliament.
And for whosoever. We hope to debate as members of parliament freely, like the president spoke about freedom of expression. And I hope this freedom of expression will start from the House as we start debating pertinent issues that concerns every Zambian. The president was insisting on being in the one nation, in other words, working in unity. So I believe we'll see a change as we start from debating and also introduction of maybe some amendments in the Constitution, as long as the Constitution amendments will be in line with the majority of the Zambians. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's Chiengi Member of Parliament, Ms. Given Katuta. Kankoi Member of Parliament, Mr. Hudson Mabeta, is also with us just to give his reactions regarding the presidential speech. Good afternoon. Welcome.
Good afternoon. $4,400. So now we are on our way up to take the mine where it's supposed to be, so that it's a lot of more youth and businessmen can benefit from that sector. So the president has reaffirmed the commitment. He said, despite the challenges of having the energy sector, the challenge of the drought, which has heavily affected the energy sector as well as food security, we are making strides, rebuilding, and we are building a very strong foundation in which, once you have a good rain season come this season 2024-2025, the benefits of the efforts which have been made in many other sectors, including education, health, mining, tourism, and also connectivity, communication, which improves the road infrastructure as well as the communication towers. A lot of Zambians are going to see the efforts which are being done. We are in a bad state, but there's hope that once we get a good rain season, which has been predicted, 2025 would be a different year when Zambians are going to be proud of.
Lastly, how affected is your constituency regarding electricity supply?
Well, being a mining town, obviously, we need energy. The mine alone consumes more than 4 megawatts every day. So if we reduce on power supply, the mine risks closing because the pumps which pumps up water can stop pumping and floods can flood the mine. So and the energy sectors, they are heavily affected as they also hunger. But thanks to the European government again for introducing the cash for work, where those who are very vulnerable are able to earn 60 kwacha a day. They work for 10 days, they're given 600 kwacha to help them support their families.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Thank you for your time, and we're looking forward to your debate starting next. Parliament.
And what has reached to me very fast, and that was very important. Then the other issue, it's on the issue of also agriculture, that we really need to enhance agriculture, and looking at the crisis which we are in currently, okay, that we are really faced with climate change, and that climate change is real. So the President has spoke about also, okay, to come up with, okay, a model role which is going to support the agriculture, even to improve the productivity. Then also spoken about the issue, okay, unity. That unity is very important. And you know, a country which is not united, it can be very difficult for it to develop. So he has emphasized more on youth part. We must get united here in this country. Looking at the situation we have today, and he has spoken about the corruption, that the present or the past, present, and the future corruption, that whoever is involved, okay, it must be dealt with. And he has also warned us on the issue of social media, that we must not abuse the social media. Let us use the social media, okay, diligently, okay, that we should not use it to start insulting a fellow citizen. That we should not okay, hide behind churches, ethnicity, okay, and all sorts, even political parties. That we must make sure that when somebody commits an offense, then the law must visit that person. Otherwise, all what the President has really talked about, it's a unit that we must remain, okay, united. Then he has also talked about the issue of medicine or drugs, that whoever, okay, going forward is going to be involved, okay, in purifying of drugs, that we are going now to increase the number of years, okay, to put those persons in jail. Otherwise, overall, the speech, Madam, was so inspiring, and we wish our Republican President more years to come. I thank you so much.
Thank you very much. That's Mr. Yotam Mtayachalo, also, you know, giving his views regarding the presidential speech. We'd like to thank you for your time, and do have a good day. We're looking forward to your debate starting next week.
Thank you.
All right, up next is Mr. Andrew Lusha, who's a Chipangali Member of Parliament. He was actually, you know, in the chamber to witness the presidential address. Welcome to this interview.
Thank you so much.
All right, I know a number of people had a lot of expectations regarding the presidential address. Now that the presidential address has been delivered, what do you have to say?
Thank you so much. The presidential address was on point. The President has given us so much hope. He has spoken of the unity that is highly needed as a country. He has encouraged us to work as a united force because we are equally part of government. And he has encouraged us to make sure that as members of Parliament, as we do our duties, we must ensure that we do them away from political affiliation. That gives us so much hope that the President is quite inclusive. Furthermore, also allow me to sincerely thank His Excellency President on a number of pronouncements that he has made, such as construction of another airport which will be in Nakonde, as well as construction of an airport in Chinsali and Mansa, and to also thank him for the construction of the airport that was recently done in Kasama. It gives us so much hope in terms of aviation, and furthermore, he has also spoken of expanding the Kenneth Kaunda International Airport. And the President has also told us of plans by government to employ over 4,000 health employees this year. It certainly gives us so much hope as well. By and large, the presidential speech was on point, and it has given us so much hope as a nation and as members of Parliament.
All right, thank you very much, and we can only wish you all the best.
Thank you so much.
All right, that's Chipangali Member of Parliament, Mr. Andrew Luosha also adding his voice regarding this presidential, address that has just, taken place. Mandi Member of Parliament, Mr. Sylvester Sefulo, it's always a pleasure to talk to you.
Thank you so very much for having me. It's always a pleasure to also be part of this.
All right. So the president did touch on a number of issues. Talk about mining, the agricultural sector. Which is your pick?
A lot of it. There's a lot of takeaway message that the president did bring to Parliament today. But one of the things that we are really, really excited about, as one of the districts that has been very, very hit by the drought, is in regards to what the government is doing to making sure that there's no person who's going hungry. And one of the things that he has also indicated is these programs that we are having in regards to cash for work, and then the emergency drought response funds, all these are per households. So when you look at it, when you look at the numbers that who are benefiting. So we are really excited about that. He's also mentioned that he's looking forward to making sure that we can also have the constituency development funds increased in this coming budget. So that's also an area of excitement for us, as a rural constituency. So we are looking forward to our constituency development fund being increased so that many projects can be done. He also touched the area of agriculture. I think that is important for us as a nation to realize that, for us to be able to fight the hunger situation or the food that we currently have a small investment that we can do in the agriculture sector. And I was also very, very pleased that the president did take notice of the challenges that many Zambians are facing in regards to load shedding. And he took ownership, and he also highlighted exactly what is in the energy sector. So I know this has been a cry from hours to almost a day in some households. So it was very, very pleasing to see the president take ownership and also acknowledge the challenges that we are facing as a nation, and the investment that they are doing to making sure that this can be resolved. Thank you so very much. See you next week.
All right, you're tuned into Parliament Television. We're coming to you live. We just had the official ceremony opening of the fourth session of the 13th National Assembly by President Hakainde Hichilema. And in case you've just tuned in, we're getting reactions from members of Parliament and invited guests regarding the presidential address. I'm joined by my colleague Paulson, who's going to take it up from here.
Well, thank you so much, Claudette. I'm very excited today looking at what has prevailed. In fact, the President was here earlier in the day and just addressing Parliament and the nation at large. And just hope and trust as a viewer and as a listener out there, your expectations have been made and members of Parliament have been given that opportunity to go and study the address and later on come on Tuesday, the 17th of September 2024 to debate. And joining me on set at this particular time is Yavonga, a member of Parliament, and this is Ms. Darius Mulunda. Thank you so much for joining us and welcome back to Parliament. And how do you make of today's address?
Thank you very much. Today's address has been the most inspirational and detailed speech that I've ever, I think, listened to from the time I came into this Parliament in 2016. The President has touched a lot of places, and among the development, one thing that I appreciate is that he acknowledged that the country is going through a very difficult time, but that the government is on top of things, that the government is doing everything to address the challenges that the nation is facing right now. In terms of development, the President touched a lot of things. Amongst is the connectivity, road connectivity, and he has singled out, he has spoken about main roads, but amongst those roads is the Ndola, Lusaka-Ndola dual carriageway. That has commenced, the construction has commenced, unlike maybe the way it was supposed to be. And that it should be expanded to add beauty to it, and then he spoke about the corruption that the government, the center of this government, everything to make sure that that scourge is fought. And like he indicated, even in the first place, that he's fighting, the past is fighting future. We should not hide. To explain and be able to face the charges that himself or herself into corruption.
I'd like to say thank you so much, Honorable. And thank you so much for
very much. Thank you.
There you have it. That's regarding what the president talked about. And this time around, we head to Mushindamo, and I mean Solwezi East, Member of Parliament, Mr. Alex Katakwe, just to share with us. The president talked about the construction of about 160 maternity annex, and of those, 123 have been completed. And you, having being from that field of being a medical
President has got a vision. Moses, when he delivers a child, and the president talking about the completion of these maternity annexes, that is the beginning of life. So because you need the help employing 4,000 So to me, that is a okay, strengthening the law, the regulations regarding the safety of medicine. As you have known, the president has increased, the allocation of medicine, and we have more supply, over 75% of the supplies in the health sector. However, there is pilferage. And if we strengthen the law that the president has talked about and making it stiff enough so that if one is found stealing drugs, especially the health workers stealing drugs and so on, the life sentence should be indeed deterrent enough. So to me, that is the way to go. We need a health nation. Thank you very much.
All right, there you have it. That's Solwezi East Member of Parliament, Mr. Alex Katakwe, just sharing with us his thoughts regarding the address that the President talked about today when he delivered his address in the chamber. And members of Parliament have been given an opportunity to go back home and study the address and come back on Tuesday, and they'll be accorded that opportunity to debate. An interesting day it has been. We were looking forward to this day, and finally it has come to pass of the 13th Assembly.
Done prior to what has happened today. We had a lot of rehearsals. We had a lot of packages from our end as a broadcasting department, and finally we are here, and this day has officially been launched. So we are now in the fourth session of the 13th National Assembly.
So I'd like to urge our viewers, listeners as well, that have been with us from the time we started at 08 hours today. And I must say it's been a great day today, and looking at the activities that took place outside, Pauline and I did talk about the 21 gun salute, where you'd want to be swallowed by the ground once those are being fired. But here we are today, and looking forward to Tuesday when members of parliament will be debating, Claudette.
Absolutely. So starting Tuesday for the next 2 weeks, members of parliament will debate the presidential, speech. So would urge you to keep on tuning in to Parliament Television and Parliament Radio as we bring to you these events live. And so from all of
The admission to the inner bar highlights valuable contributions to the legal profession and tireless efforts of upholding the principles of justice and fairness within the Zambian judicial system. It is for this reason that 5 senior lawyers who have distinguished themselves in the practice of the law in the country were admitted to the inner bar on Monday, 17th June 2024 at the Supreme Court by the Honorable Chief Justice Dr. Mumba Malila State Council. Those that were admitted to the inner bar are Speaker of the National Assembly of Zambia, the Right Honorable Ms. Nelly Bikemuti, MP FAPRA, Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security, Honorable Jack Mwimbu, MP, Electoral Commission of Zambia, ECZ Chairperson Mrs. Zalomis Mwangala, Mr. Musa Abdullah Ashad, and Mrs. Chibia Sakala. This follows their appointment by His Excellency the President, Mr. Hakainde Hichilema, to the rank and dignity of State Council on 13th March 2024. Speaking after being admitted to the inner bar, Speaker of the National Assembly Ms. Nelly Muti, MP FAPRA State Council, said being conferred with the honor and dignity of State Council is a turning point in her professional career and a reward for many years of hard work, dedication and contribution to the legal profession.
Well, for me, it's added responsibilities. I've been a lawyer for 44 years, and now in my 44th year, I'm being admitted as State Council. That means more responsibility on me, and also in terms of upholding the rule of law. And since this rank of honor and dignity of State Council means you have to uphold the rule of law, protecting the citizens from unnecessary harassment, and also ensuring that the law is upheld, and also mentoring the young lawyers. And when we talk about mentoring, not only the female but also the male lawyers, because we need to mold our profession so that it continues to uphold very high standards in terms of the professions and expectations from the people. For me, I've already started my mentoring program. I have introduced through the Nelly Muti Foundation a program whereby I give an award to the best graduating female student in each law in the law school, and so far we have given awards to 3 best performing students in the law school. And as I said, we also start looking at how we can mentor the men, because my responsibility is not only to the women, but also as a leader I need to look at both genders. So it's added responsibility, means I have whatever I do now, I'm not just an ordinary lawyer. I have to look at my status as a State Council, and everything I do, it should be above board, should be dignified, even in terms of how I conduct myself, the things I say, what I wear, everything now has to change. Of course, already I have added responsibilities in terms of being the Speaker.
So my role as a speaker and the state council, then people expect more a high caliber from me as a person, not just as an ordinary citizen. So it's quite exciting. I've waited for this for too long, and in my life all I thought was being a lawyer, once I'm on state council then I can retire. But now it looks like I'm not retiring, but more added responsibilities have been placed on my shoulders, and I pledge to do my best under the circumstances. It's an ongoing process. We are learning. We expect it to be molded by the state councils that have already been there. We'll learn from them, because learning is an ongoing process. But it's very, very exciting for me, I must say.
Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security, Honorable Jack Mimbu MP, said that the admission to the inner bar status comes with enormous responsibilities.
This particular appointment as State Council is a privilege on my part, which I must cherish and utilize it for the benefit of the nation. It's a big responsibility on my part to ensuring that I protect the laws of this country as currently in force, and to ensure that the rights of citizens are protected. It is also important to know that this particular confinement has come at a time when I'm serving as Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security. The responsibility is greater, for you are aware that this particular ministry deals with the rights of individuals and the associations as they try to exercise their rights that are enshrined in the Constitution. It is therefore incumbent upon me as Minister of Home Affairs, who has been given this privilege of being State Council, to ensure that I utilize this conferment judiciously and in the interest of the nation.
Law Association of Zambia LA's President Mr. Lungisani Zulu talked about the significance of being admitted to the inner bar.
The inner bar is the highest level of qualification for a lawyer, and this is preserved for members that are called as State Council. Every lawyer, when they are being admitted to the bar, have to go through a process of being called to the bar by the Chief Justice. So every lawyer is called to the bar after Ziale. Once you distinguish yourself as an eminent lawyer, as a top-notch lawyer that the state can run to, that can give guidance, you qualify to be appointed as State Council. This is a preserve of very few senior members of the legal profession. And those that are then selected and appointed by the President will then go through a process of being called to the inner bar. So today we were seeing the 5 State Council who were appointed by the President being formally admitted to the inner bar so that they can discharge their professional